Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Truro Raceway. The temperature in Truro this afternoon is 8 degrees Celsius. Under partly cloudy skies, today's track condition has been rated as fast. The card this afternoon conducted under the rules and regulations of the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. The senior judge today is Kevin Kroll, the associates Alex Monroe and Harry Trenham. Here now, your program and equipment changes. Starting in the first race, race 1. One entry, Dusty Lane Mabel. Bridle change, closed to open, hood with cups. Also in the first race, a judge's scratch of number 2, Incredible Willie. Race 1, scratch the 2, Incredible Willie judges. In today's second race, race 2, number 3, Top of Her Trade. Changing bridles, closed to open. Also in race 2, number 6, the Bandwagon, open to closed. Driver change in the fourth race, race 4, number 6, Pacific Dunes, make the driver Kenny Parker. Kenny Parker will drive Pacific Dunes in the fourth. Moving over to the ninth race, in race 9, driver change for number 4, Whistling Cricket, make it Craig Carey. Ninth race, Craig Carey will drive number 4, Whistling Cricket. Also a bridle change on the 5-entry boys' turn in race 9. It's closed to open. And in today's 10th race, number 5, Batter Up Hanover, taking off an open bridle and hood with cups and going to a closed bridle. Those are your changes thus far on today's program. Looks time for the first race, set for 1 p.m. That's in less than 28 minutes. The mutuals are open and selling. Don't forget, carryover in today's pick 5. $674 is the carryover. First leg of the pick 5 in the first race. A low 12% takeout. It's also mandatory payout day for the pick 5 this afternoon.
Hello. Hello there. Can you hear us? Hello and welcome to TruroRaceway. Apologies, a slight technical difficulty there. You couldn't hear us, I guess, but that's been resolved now thanks to Universum Media doing a great job here. Grady is on the desk with me, Melissa, and this is our final race day of the year at TruroRaceway. An excellent card, though. 12 races, 5 stakes in the Diamond Classic inaugural edition.
Yeah, it's set to be a great day. That Diamond Classic, one of only 2 slot races in Canada, and has 8 of the best fillies, Atlantic sired fillies, in the Maritimes going at it. A lot of good speed in there with Chip of Evil and Good Morning Nova in there, 2 of the top fillies all season long. So it's set to be an interesting race there in race 11. And how about the other stake races? We had the Nova Scotia stake for trotters, and also the Carl and Marg McKenzie Memorial featuring the 3-year-old sensation Malignity.
Yeah, it's a stake-studded card, like 5 stakes, kicking off in race 1, a Phil Pinckney Memorial, which used to be the Nova Scotia Stake. It's still, we named it, or the track has renamed it in honor of the great horseman from here at Truro Raceway. But race 1 kicks off the pick 5 with the 2-year-old trotters. And take note, in this race, there is a scratch of the 2. Incredible Willie is a judge's scratched. There's an equipment change on the 1, Dusty Lane Mabel, closed bridle to open and add blinkers. This race kicks off the pick 5, and as we were talking about before, it's mandatory payout day and a carryover.
Yeah, there is a carryover in there today with a $674 carryover and the mandatory payout since it's our last day of racing this year. So it will be intriguing, and with 5 competitive races in the pick 5 today, should make for a good payout.
And we should note the Inglis Jewelers sponsored Diamond Classic for the 2-year-old pacing fillies. It's the #1 race, the richest race in Nova Scotia this year for that division, Atlantic sired 2-year-old fillies. And there's a bonus of 2 special items to the winner. There is a diamond necklace, because it makes sense, Diamond Classic, Inglis Jewelers, and as you mentioned, custom artwork as well.
Yeah, Michelle Hogan, a fantastic artist in Ontario, will be doing a drawing of the winning horse, so that will certainly be interesting, and I'm very interested to see how the artwork will turn out of the eventual winner.
Yeah, Michelle does great work, and some really beautiful equine portraits specializing in harness racing. And congratulations to everybody who was a slot purchaser in the Diamond Classic. Like you said, it is a slot race. It's an adventurous kind of newer concept. Steve Fitzsimmons introduced it here, and there was, you know, a little bit of skepticism. All the slots sold, and like you said, the best fillies here. I mean, it's a really strong field. There's Michelle Hogan and a horse portrait, and there's that beautiful diamond necklace from Inglis Jewelers. So that makes race 11 today, the Diamond Classic, even more exciting for the owners and connections of the 2-year-old pacing fillies, Maritime sired.
Yeah, but we talk about those slots, and there was some slots that were exchanged as each slot purchaser, once they purchase that slot, it is theirs to do whatever they wish. So if you look there now, the Done for the Day stables, the new slot holder is Sandy Barrett. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo is that entry. The Hardcore Racing Group is one of only 2 people in the field that use their slot, as they're using it for their filly, You Know Peach. Dr. Ian Moore gave his slot to Colin Shepard for Lady Willa. Claire McDonald, the new slot holder, is Debbie Francis for A Girl Named Tom. Melissa Banks is using the slot that was purchased by Mike Pollard for Good Morning Nova, a very competitive entry in there.
The morning line favorite.
Yeah, Gene Smallman is using his slot for Woodmere Luna, and Eddie Doucette is using the slot that was originally purchased by Peter Smith for Chip of Evil, who I think is one of the top fillies in that field.
Yeah, she's the second choice in the morning line at 3-1. Chip of Evil coming in off a win, as is Good Morning Nova. And I was over at Charlottetown last weekend and saw Lady Willa get a win for Colin Shepard as well. And I think You Know Peach has a really strong chance here too.
Yeah,
so it's an exciting field.
And you even get a local horse like A Girl Named Tom going at a post 4. She's been battling with the top fillies all year long, and She did win the Atlantic Sire Stakes division earlier this year, so she's a very competitive filly in there. But one thing I noticed, there is 5 Arthur Blue Chips in that race. 5 out of 7 horses are by sire Arthur Blue Chips, and it is known that Arthur Blue Chip produces better fillies than colts, and I think that solidifies it.
That's the proof, and he was an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old male pacer of the year, so I guess his daughters are taking after Dad.
Absolutely, yes.
So we're taking another look here at the activities that have been going on this season at TruroRaceway. Claire McDonald Day was a massive success here and raised $11,283.50 for the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia. And that was a charity that Claire herself selected because she had a family member, her mother, I believe, who had Alzheimer's. So this donation actually represents the biggest charity donation ever from Truro Raceway. So everyone here wants to thank all the contributors who donated on Claire's behalf to the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia to make that possible. Thanks very much to Claire, a very classy horsewoman and a voter on the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame's voting panel. She's an all-round, exemplary person in the sport, and I think it really showed on the day in her honor to pick a charity like that.
Absolutely. It was a great day to honor one of the Maritime's best horse people we've ever seen. And, raising a large amount of money for such a great charity it made it definitely worthwhile and topped off the day.
Yeah, and thanks again to everyone who donated generously in support of the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia. It is an illness that affects so many people in this region, a lot of people affected.
Yeah,
so.
It is. It truly is a sad disease, and a donation like that will certainly contribute towards awareness and hopefully finding some better medicine in the future.
Exactly. And then on a happier note, congratulations to one of the most beloved horses. I would say personality more than horse, because he has a lot of personality. Well did. He made his 300th career start in Summerside, and what do you think he did? He went out and won, and he was not a favorite, and he got that win. I think it was win number 54 in his career in Start 300 at Summerside. So he's in the new Atlantic Post calls. I was talking to Helen Landry, who is one of the co-owners in the Well Did Horse Owners Club. Very proud of Well Did. Everybody is proud of Well Did. There he is, and he's the kind of horse you just have to love and appreciate.
Yeah, he'll start from post 3 in race number 10. He's in a tough group today, but he's got a shot at it. He's a horse that every time he steps on the track, he puts his best foot forward, and he's always there and always in the hunt. So congrats to Well Did on reaching 300 career starts and making that 300 career start a winning one.
And today, number 301. Keep going, Well Did. Well done. We're going to be back after a short break, and we'll talk a little more about our Pick 5. And welcome back. We are going to be sending the action, the camera, to the winner's circle shortly, as Faith Ramsey will be singing "O Canada" to open the card. And also take note that at 12:50 there's going to be a one-horse stake race here. We'll be chatting, myself and Grady, more about the wagering and racing of the afternoon on this 12 race card after that. But just a quick reminder now about the Pick 5. And you said it, Grady?
Yep.
It's a mandatory payout day.
Yeah, it is. So be sure to get in on the Pick 5 today, as it should be a very good payout.
$674 carryover. So get looking at that already. It does kick off in race 1 with the lowest takeout in Canada, 12%, 20 cent minimum, available on HPI.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can draw your attention now down to Victory Lane. If you are able, please stand for the singing of our national anthem by Faith Ramsey, daughter of driver trainer Jamie Ramsey.
True patriot and glory. Free from far and wide, can we stand up for thee? God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, God. Oh, can we stand on guard for thee?
Now on the track and freighting is the lone entrant in today's Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake for 3-year-old trotters, My Giant Blazes. 3-year-old Gellert son of Tad the Stud, owned, trained, and driven by Jim Ripley. We'll be going to mile momentarily here for $6,090. Top of the stretch, Giant Blazes, the sole entrant in the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 3-year-old trotters. Giant Blazes is off and trotting. Giant Blazes trots the opening quarter in 33 1/5. Giant Blazes by the half in 106 4. Three quarters for the Giant Blazes, 140 1. Giant Blazes trots the mile in 2:12 3/5. Test 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Now back in the Whitmere Farms Winners Enclosure, the winner of the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake for 3-year-old trotters. Number 1, Giant Blazes, 3-year-old brown gelded son of Tad the Stud. The balance of trade dam, Giant Condor. Owned, bred, trained, and driven by Jim Ripley. Giant Blazes in 2:12 3.
And congratulations to the Phil Pinckney Memorial 3-year-old trot walkover winner. He looked good out there, I have to say, and there was no one else entered against him. So Magian Blazes gets it done for Jim Ripley.
Yeah, Magian Blazes, he stayed trotting the whole mile, got it done, and got a blanket and a fair amount of money for it as well.
Yeah, he did look good, and I guess that's what it comes down to in any stakes race, right?
Yep,
like
absolutely.
your competition has to show up to be part of
Yep.
it, and if they don't, then you know this is
Yep.
what we see. I've seen it in New York Sire Stakes and other events before too. So, congratulations, nonetheless, for a nice smile to Magian Blazes. So now we're taking a look at race 1 of our pari-mutuel card here, kicking off a 12-race card. This is a Phil Pinckney Memorial. We're staying with the trotters, 2-year-old trotters, and we're scratched down to just 3. So there's no exactor and no triactor, no place or show wagering. You've got daily double, the pick 5, and win betting.
Yeah, that's it. As this is scratched down to a field of 3, and right now taking all the money at 2 to 5 is the 3 West River Ivory, making her first start back in the Maritimes. She's looking really good after seeing a lot of Ontario Sire Stakes action. But really, you get 5 to 2 on the rail horse Dusty Lane at Mabel, and 8 to 5 on the 4 Salzbrook Cami.
And maybe they're not as far apart as they look. It's agreed that West River Ivory was racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park and was taking part in the Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots and even gold on occasion. The other 2, though, you know, maybe they are stepping up now. Salzbrook Cami, she was actually at Woodbine Mohawk Park herself, as you can see there, and taking part in some Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots. Came back, was in the Lady Slipper and PEI Colt Stake, and then meanwhile, Dusty Lane Mabel just stayed at home in a stakes season, so they may not be as far apart as one would think.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 fillies have had a pretty good season. Dusty Lane Mabel in here, she's been on the stake circuit all year. She did pick up a second earlier this year down at Inverness in Atlantic Sire Stakes action, so you know, she's a nice little filly. I'm excited to see what she can do during her 3-year-old season. Salzbrook Cami, that's another Claire McDonald entry along with West River Ivory. She's been racing good. She was 3rd in that Lady Slipper division in 2:02 and 4, which is a very good mile for 2-year-old trotters in the Maritimes. So she's got a good chance in here, and she may be one to upset a little.
I think, honestly, you have 2 options in the pick 5 here. You can go with all 3 of these, and that's a great insurance policy. Go with all in a 3-horse race with baby trotters. That makes sense. Or you can go all in on West River Ivory, who does lead by earnings and does have Mark, whereas the other 2 remain maidens. So those are the 2 options. I went with West River Ivory. Here comes the post parade anyway. You can check them out for yourself, and we'll send it to Joe Kelly.
Horses on the track and on parade for today's first race. It's the Phil Pinckney Memorial. Nova Scotia Stake for 2-year-old trotters. Number 1 of the field is Dusty Lane Mabel. By Andrea Renison, Lowell Weir, and Nick Fleming. Todd Trites will catch drive. 2 has been scratched. 3 West River Ivory. By Haley McDonald of Stratford PEI. Ken McDonald driving. And 4 is Salzbrook Cami. By Haley Curry, Rocky Point PEI. Claire McDonald is at the helm. 3 entries in the Nova Scotia Stake, Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old trotters. They'll go behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate in approximately 3 minutes.
So we're taking a look at the race 1 field. We did take a look, and we both agreed here, a very feisty Dusty Lane Mabel from the rail. And here's West River Ivory, who is the 1-9 favorite in this field, scratched down to 3. She returns from Mohawk. She was a runner-up in the OSS Grassroots final. This is her first October start getting some serious class relief. What are your thoughts, Grady?
Yeah, West River Ivory in here. This is some serious class relief for sure. 4 down, I look at, Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Division for 2-year-old trotting filly. She was third, beaten 6.5 lengths in 156-2. She's made 57,000 this year racing in Ontario, so she's done extremely well for herself. And she comes back to the Maritimes. Kenny McDonald gets in the bike here. We'll see what she can do. I like her to win. I think she's going to coast to victory here. As you did see that she does have a record of 159-3 taken at Grand River just 3 starts back. So she knows how to get around a half, and I think this filly has a lot of talent. 1-9 right now on the board.
Yeah, I think it's going to stay that way, given that it is a small field and she is coming from a richer jurisdiction, and she's the one with a win already. I mean, she's got a great record so far when you consider especially where she's been racing in some very tough company.
Yeah, for sure. She is the class of the field, in my opinion, no doubt.
So she could be a single in the Pick 5, which kicks off here. 20-cent minimum. It's on Horse Player Interactive. You can play it at the track, at an OTB, or another place where you're wagering from, or your favorite ADW, wherever you are. The Pick 5 is a great bet here. 20-cent minimum this season, and also this is mandatory payout day. You've got to get involved, I think. With these 3 in race 1, if you have any doubts, it's easy to just go with all.
Yeah, so there's the rail sitter right now, Dusty Lane Mabel in here. Todd Trites gets in the bike behind her for the first time for trainer George Renison, owner Andrea Renison, Lowell Weir, and Nicholas Fleming. This filly, she's, like I said earlier, she's been in the stakes action all season long, and she was third in the Maritime Breeders in her last start over Charlottetown in 2:05-1, beaten by Dusty Lane Wheat and Getting Tipsy, who are the class of the field in the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters. And really, in my opinion, this filly just seems to be getting better with every start. She does have a second down her lines in Atlantic Sire Stakes at Inverness. I'm really interested to see what she can do next year, as she just got a lot of experience this year. So next year, I think that if she can get her speed up a little bit, she has the experience behind her in racing, showing a little bit of versatility. So I'm really interested to see what she can do next year. Right now, she's in here. She's at 7-1. Definitely worth a look. Dusty Lane Mabel.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. She's a gray on paper. She does not look so gray yet, but she may gray out at some point. So we have to mention Survivor. It's a contest that's been running all season here at TruroRaceway, where you play for $100 in HPI wagering credits, and that is something that you have to enter before the start of race 1. So you'll want to get in on that. If you've been playing all season, this is a great opportunity to close out with some extra wagering cash for wherever you intend to wager after our final date of the year at Truro. Definitely a nice opening leg. I think you can feel safe with a single. I did single in this leg with West River Ivory, but you can never count out Claire, right? I mean,
yeah, Claire McDonald right now getting on Salzburg Cami, another one that was in Ontario for a little while, but her last 2 starts were on PEI in Charlottetown on September 7th. She was 4th in 2:05-2 in the PEI Coal Stakes. Then in the Lady Slipper, she was 3rd, and it appears she just went off the track for a quick equipment adjustment. But Salzburg Cami, she definitely has a shot in here, and you're getting 9-1 on her. And really, I think that she could possibly knock off her stablemate.
It is a possibility. Claire has that tendency, although she denies it, to still be able to swoop them. And as you saw, all the handicappers looking at this card went with West River Ivory. She remains 1-9, and for argument's sake, you could go with all 3 here. You know, you have an insurance policy if you want to play your Pick 5 that way, or Daily Double that way. But I feel safe in my own ticket, my real-life ticket, and the ticket in the program. I have West River Ivory singled with Kenny. I just think she's too good. I think she's been up against the cream of the crop up in Ontario. I saw her at Mohawk, and she was very good against Flirty Dancer there. Quite the long odds on her as well there for Paul McDonnell back on September 30th. But I was kind of hoping she'd win. So in the pick five, have you looked at it much, Grady?
I have, yes, and really in the pick five, I think in this race you're not going to find much value at all. But I sort of in the second race, I'll talk about it later. I think you might see a bit of value for my second choice in that one with Day of Honor on the rail. I think the adjustment from Woodstock to Truro will be good for him. But other than that, I kept it pretty basic. I think it's with a few stake races in there to make up the sequence as well as a couple overnights. It's going to make it an interesting sequence, especially with 2-year-olds in the mix in a couple of the races. So. And also these overnight races where horses have been facing some layoffs of 30 days plus, so you don't know how they may have been training down during their break. So it's really going to be hard to tell what horses from the layoff come back and are really sharp, and what horses that have been racing all year that maybe are getting tired. It is the end of October, and horses are ready for a nice green grass field. So.
And we'll send it to Joe Kelly for race 1.
2-year-old trotters in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the first. Top of the stretch, Phil Pinckney Memorial. 2-year-old trot, Dusty Lane Mabel, Westover Ivory, and Salisbury Cami. They're off and trotting in at the rail. Dusty Lane Mabel will get the first call. She drives out looking for the lead. Up on the outside, West River Ivory trots along second to the inside. Salisbury Cami is the third and trailing one. 2-year-old trotters entering the Redland Farms backstretch for the first time as they near the opening panel. And on the outside, West River Ivory now clears the lead. She takes control as they check into the opening panel. West River Ivory striding out now to lead it by 3 expanding lengths. Dusty Lane Mabel will sit second and back there third as they continue on past the 3 inches Salisbury Cami. They were past that opening panel in 31 4/5 seconds. They continue off the top turn. Opening up on the front end is West River Ivory, the daughter of Whelan and Dillon. Now is clear by some 6 lengths. Here comes stablemate Salisbury Cami up on the outside. Now to overtake Dusty Lane Mabel for second. They race into the lower turn. Heading on now to the 5/8, the half in 1:02 and 4/5 seconds. It's West River Ivory with the lead now just by 2.5. Salisbury Cami a closer second. And inside Dusty Lane Mabel is back trailing in third. Onto the Redland Farms backstretch final time as they move on to the 3/4 mile mark. West River Ivory still the boss as they arrive at the 3/4 out there by 2.5, 3. Salisbury Cami is in pursuit second. Dusty Lane Mabel is the trailing third one. They're midway around the final turn. 3/4 trotted in 1:34 flat. An 8th to come in the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old trotters. And it is West River Ivory. Now stablemate Salisbury Cami edging to the outside second. They trot on through the lane now for the final time. West River Ivory will hold Salisbury Cami at bay to win the Nova Scotia Stake Phil Pinckney Memorial by a length and a half. Salisbury Cami second, third is Dusty Lane Mabel. I'll trot it in 2:04 2/5. Operating back into the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure. The winner of the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old trotters, number 3 in your program, West River Ivory. 2-year-old Bay Filly by Whelan and Dillon under the Muscle Mastam Caddy's Angel. Bred in Ontario by Titus Jancy. Now owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford PEI. She's trained by Claire McDonald and driven to victory by husband Ken McDonald, West River Ivory, in the Phil Pinckney Memorial, winning in 2:04 and 2/5. First race is official. Number 1, Dusty Lane Mabel was third. 2 was scratched. 3, West River Ivory, the winner. 4, Salzburg Cami was second. Fractions were 31 and 4, 102 and 4, 134 in the mile, 204, and 2/5 for West River Ivory. Top down, 3 scratched, 1, 2. West River Ivory returning 210 to win. Up next, race 2. Bridle changes in the second race. Number 3, Top of Her Trade, going from a closed bridle to open. And 6, the Bandwagon, changing bridles open to closed. Post time for the second race in less than 8 minutes. It features Superfecta, Triactor, and Exacta Wagering.
And race 1 is in the books. Nice win there for West River Ivory. The 1-9 favorite rewarded the public with a 2:04 and 2 win and held off her stablemate there at the end. Salzburg Cami coming at her late.
Yeah, I think Salzburg Cami raced fantastic in there as well. But West River Ivory, obviously the class of the field, and she proved it. That was practically a training mile for her. So, yeah, very impressive.
She looked very strong there. And I noticed something talking with Steve when you weren't around briefly. Salzburg Cami, the runner-up, her Damn Soft Parade is still the track record holder at Truro for age trotting mares.
Huh.
So kind of cool. Lots of pedigree in that race among the drivers and also the horses. So we're moving on to race 2, second leg of the pick 5. I think everybody's probably alive, and I'm guessing same is true in Survivor. Exactor, Tri, and Super here, a nice field of 7. And who did you go with, Grady?
And here I went to the 3 top of her trade, who you're getting 10-1 on right now, as the second longest shot on the board, excluding the no ticket sold horses. And in here, she does get that bridle change from closed bridle to an open bridle. I thought that she's put up a good season this year, and she does get along well with driver Todd Trites. Leaving at a post 3, I think she should be able to cross over to the lead fairly easily in here, even though this is a deep field of 7. But yeah, I mean, she did win in 157 and 1 earlier this year right here at Truro, so she definitely has a lot of back class coming into this one, so I like her on top.
Yeah, she definitely scares me here. She's in my ticket. She did wire at this level on a Truro class drop last November 6th and went gate to wire for Todd Trites from the same post on August 6th this year. But I went with another with a bridle change in here, the Bam Wagon. From post 6, he's off an open bridle and sideline bit, adding a closed bridle. And to me, he looks like the winner, but this is a very deep field. I like that he won at this Truro level from the rail 3 starts ago on a class drop and won here last October 30th from post 7 at a lower classification. He's always in the hunt, and he's the 1-2 top choice at the moment. Also the selection of Sugar Doyle and the program.
Yeah, in here, the bandwagon is definitely competitive in here. I liked him for 3rd. I went to the rail horse hoping for a little bit of value in here for 2nd, as did Sugar Doyle as our top choice, and our 3rd choice just exchanged places in there. But yeah, I like Dave Honor in here for 2nd. If you are unfamiliar with Woodstock, the Woodstock is a considerably slower track to Truro. And that horse has had a fantastic season, 9 starts, 2 wins of 5 seconds. He does have a 2nd in 157 and 1 down there over a good track on July 28th. His last start, he won going on the outside the whole way, went the long mile in 203 and 4 on a cold day in Woodstock. So he does get Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat today. I'm very interested to see what he can do. And off the rail, he should be spotted well early on. So I like him for 2nd.
I looked at both those Woodstock horses, and I like the 2 Windermere All Right quite a bit. And I noticed something interesting about Windermere All Right. She hasn't missed a check for Colin DeCourcy this year.
Yeah, now keep in mind most of her races have been 5-horse fields, so it can be a little.
Well, yeah, she's been better than 5th though. She's
Yes.
been, she was 5th once there,
Yes.
and then racing at Charlottetown as well. So a variety of different drivers. My top choice does remain the Bam Wagon, but I like her under in the Try and Exactor here, and I am using in the pick 5. I did go 4 deep in this leg, I believe.
Yeah, Windermere, I'm all right in here. If you look at her last start, she actually went 3 wide at the half.
That was wild. Different driver.
Yes, with John Davidson, and she
Yeah.
raced huge. Still finished 4th in 205 and 2, just tired late. But yeah, she's raced well this year after last year only having 6 starts.
And look at the September 30th from the rail for Colin DeCourcy, and was 2nd to Winsong Napoleon. So I thought that was good. A nice fast closing quarter there, and a good post position here. And the one before that too, just some late speed. So I think Windermere All Right could be all right. I don't know about a win, but I don't see this group as incredibly consistent. It's just the class. Non-winners of 801 last 5, or, you can read the rest of it in the program. It's not incredibly consistent.
Yes.
And also, my 4th choice here in the Super, Silver Hill King is a horse who's got some good results lately, and Jill Barrio driving. So there's some upset potential. Just 1 win this year, and he's coming in from Inverness.
Yeah, Silverhill King in here. He is a nice horse in this one, and I was impressed because I thought coming into this year he hadn't raced since June 10th of last year, and he qualified on August 27th, and then it only took 3 starts for him to get to the winner's circle, where he won by 10 1/4 lengths right here at Truro, and 159 and 1 over a good track. That was a very impressive performance. Gilles Barrio gets in the bike, as you mentioned, and right now you're getting 6-1 odds on him, so a little bit of value there for sure.
The only giveaway for me, though, that didn't lead me to place him higher in the ticket is that Todd Trites was aboard for that going away win, and he's driving your pick, top of her trade here. Here comes the post parade for race 2.
Horses now on the track and on parade for today's second race. From post 1 is Day of Honor, owned by Robert McSorley. Kenny Murphy picking up the catch drive. Colin DeCourcy will pilot from post 2 with Demir All Right for owner Kevin Price. Andrea Rendison and Corey Pickram share ownership of 3 Top of Her Trade, Todd Treitz in the sulky. Gilberto gets the drive on 4 Silver Hill King for owner Madeline Ellis Abbott. From post 5 is Slightly Twisted. Paul Langell will guide for Paul Burgess. Ernie Laughlin pilots from post 6, the Bandwagon, owned by Cameron McCacken. And completing the field from post 7, you got him watching with Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Golight. Miles Heffernan will catch drive. That's the field for race 2, post time in less than 3.
And we have looked at the post parade for race 2, exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. And has your opinion shifted any, Grady, or are you still pretty loyal to Top of Her Trade here? And Day of Honor, you were saying good things about.
Yes, I kind of got what I deserved. I talked up Day of Honor, and he dropped to 5-2 from no tickets sold. So I guess I sort of caused myself a little self-harm there. But here on the screen right now, the bandwagon in here. This is your top choice, and he has had a good season. He won 3 down at Truro on September 10th in 1:57.4, and he has raced home recently. He raced a few weeks back on October 10th in Summerside.
Yeah, and I think he's back here with his regular driver, Ernie Laughlin, aboard. He's got a couple of wins, and as we were talking about off camera, like he's faced some much tougher horses earlier this year, like Delightful Wine and New Shooter, The Lady in Paradise. I think he fits here, and he had a win not that long ago, like just 3 starts back on September 10th at Truro, so I like him here. And he's still top choice at 3-2, but you're right, a lot more action has moved towards Day of Honor. Wasn't he NTS originally?
Yes, he
until
was.
you talked about him.
Yes, he had no tickets sold. I talked about him, and he dropped down to about 3-1, so yeah, kind of... That's sort of what happens if I talk too positively about one.
It can
maybe
happen,
I can,
right?
Yeah, but yeah. So he's at 3-1 right now, and there's a 2. This is a horse that you like in here as well. Another horse from my neck of the woods up in Fredericton, Windermere. I'm all right in here for Colin DeCourcy. His brother Stephen DeCourcy does the training. Mm-hmm. Kevin Price is the owner. She's had a pretty good season, I must admit. She does have 1 win on 12 starts and 3,200 made, racing primarily at Woodstock. But, yeah, she's had a good season. What did you see in her?
I liked, honestly, the fact that she gets along well with this driver. I think that makes a huge difference. Some horses don't seem to respond to certain drivers, and, you know, she's definitely done well this season for Colin DeCourcy, and she's coming in off a tough trip where she definitely spent a lot of time on the outside, and she can't really be blamed for that. Day of Honor actually won that race, but I think her chances are better here with her favorite driver, it seems. So That was my thought on her. And I do have a survivor update, by the way. There were 74 entries today, and surprising to no one, 74 remain. Thanks, Scott from Universum. That's who just got back to me on that. So congratulations. Everybody moving on after leg one of the survivor contest today. And here's Top of Her Trade, who could help others move on here for Todd Trites.
Yeah, Top of Her Trade in here right now. You're getting 5-2 as the co-second choice with Todd Trites in the bike. I did like her. Todd's brother Steven drove her 2 starts back in Woodstock, where she ran into some traffic trouble. Ended up finishing 4th in 2:01.1, but she's had a pretty good year. She does have a 4th down her lines in 1:56 and 2, and she did win 4 back here on September 24th in Woodstock with Todd Trites on the bike in 2:01. So Todd Trites does get along with her very well. At a post 3, I think that she should be able to leave pretty hard, and I think if you're planning on leaving, post 3 is actually a good spot to be with these short straightaways, so when you leave the gate you can angle the turn better. So Top of Her Trade in here, as I said, at a post 3, she should be able to leave out pretty handy. I think she'll be spotted well early on. You're getting 5-2 right now on the board.
That's an approach that worked for her and Todd Trites in her last win at Woodstock on the 24th, just gate to wire. And I see she has an equipment change here, closed to open bridle too. So you think that suggests that kind of trip as well?
I'm not sure if the equipment adjustment will be made. Sometimes a horse, you just need to change things up on them every now and again to keep them a little sharp. I'm not sure if that's the case with her, but yeah, that can. The equipment change, I don't think will play too much of an effect.
She is the winningest of the field, though. She's got double the wins of the next best in this field. There's several in this field who have 2 wins this year. She's the only 4-time winner. So Top of Her Trade, at the top of her best, she gets it done here. She's definitely in my ticket. And it looked like the bandwagon was being walked there. We'll have an update on that if we know more. A little bit of a delay before the start of race 2. Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering here. It looks like they're being turned to go behind the gate, though. It may be the bandwagon being sent in that direction. Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, there's the 4 right now. Silver Hill King at 7-2 is Gil Barrio. He's raced well recently. You did not include him.
He was my 4th choice, Superfecta-wise. Deep field, we're about to find out. They're going to settle it. We sent it to Joe Kelly for race 2. Good luck.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving for the second race. It's post time. Second race, top of the stretch has Day of Honor. Windermere, I'm All Right. Top of Her Trade, Silver Hill King, Slightly Twisted, the bandwagon, and You Bet I'm Watching. They are off and pacing away quickly. Top of Her Trade out in search of the early lead. Down at the rail, that's Day of Honor to get away second. Backing off and taking a seat, Windermere, I'm All Right in the 3 spot. Next in line from 4, that's Silver Hill King. Followed closely 5th by Slightly Twisted. Back in 6th, the bandwagon has beaten only 1 away. That's You Bet I'm Watching. Seating arrangements are complete. The field heads through the backstretch in single file fashion, led by Top of Her Trade. She'll dictate the early terms, leading by 1 1/4 lengths. Pocketing up was Day of Honor. Then looking at it from 3, Windermere, I'm All Right. Campaigning the rail 4th is Silver Hill King. Tied up is Slightly Twisted in 5. Back to the bandwagon, who peeks to the outside from 6. And You Bet I'm Watching is trailing the field in 7. 29 2/5 seconds was the initial quarter. Off the turn and through the lane now as they near the half. Top of Her Trade continuing to chart the path. Out there 1.5 lengths. First over attacker. Here comes Silver Hill King up on the outside. Second. Now locking the boxes. Day of Honor 3rd. Picking up cover on the limb. Well spotted second over in 4. That's the bandwagon. 5th inside and trapped is Windermere. I'm all right. Third over. You bet I'm watching from 6. Now trailing the field. That is slightly twisted. Halfway home in 59 and 4/5 seconds. On to the Redland Farms backstretch. Final time. Topper for Trade continues to lead the way. 3 parts of a length. Outside, braving it uncovered. Second, Silver Hill King. Looking to tip off cover there in the second over slot is the Bandwagon. Needing room at the rail is Day of Honor locked in the pocket. They travel on now to the 7/8, and Topper for Trade holding that lead. Now back to a length on the inside. Day of Honor awaits the passing lane outside. Silver Hill King is still there. Third outside. Fourth is the Bandwagon coming 3 high from 5. That's slightly twisted. 130 was the 3/4. They make the final turn, and Topper for Trade is the one to take down. Out there a length and a half. Out of the pocket. Here comes Day of Honor now, and Day of Honor looking to convert the pocket journey. Topper for Trade hangs tough to win it. 3 parts of a length. Day of Honor second, third. He's the Bandwagon. Mile in 2 minutes, 2/5. Now back in the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure is the winner of race 2, number 3, Topper for Trade, 6-year-old bay daughter of Bolt the Doer. To the Presidential Ball mare, career success on by Andrea Renison of Truro and Corey Pickram of Eastern Passage. Trained by George Renison, driven today by Todd Trites, Topper for Trade, pacing in 2 minutes, 2/5.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Race 2 is official. 1 Day of Honor is second. 2 Windermere I'm All Right was 7th. 3 Top of Her Trade the winner. 4 Silver Hook King finished 4th. 5 Slightly Twisted 5th. 6 The Bandwagon 3rd. And 7 You Bet I'm Watching 6th. Fractions were 29 and 2, 59 and 4, 130, and the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. Rechecking your programs from the top, 271-4536. Second race try, 3-1-6 combination, $73.50. 3-1 exactor, $59 even. The $1 superfecta, 3-1-6-4 combination, $103.45. And the daily double 3-3 returned $5.80. Up next, race 3, first division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old pacing colts. 6 starters, no program changes. Post time in 6 minutes.
And we're back after Grady Hashy exactor in race 2. That was a good selection there, Top of Her Trade over the other visiting Woodstock horse, Day of Honor. A good battle to the wire, and Todd Trites gets it done.
Yeah, I figured that race set up exactly how I figured it would, with Todd Trice going to the front, trying to set a comfortable pace, and Day of Honor pocketing up, and I figured the bandwagon would have to come pretty early, and he did, and so he ended up tiring but hanging on for third. But yeah, that race, I don't think you could have rode it any different.
He spent a little extra time out there behind Silver Hill King, and going 3 wide, he didn't really seem to want to do that today. Yeah. He kept coming at the end, but yeah, it was all Top of Her Trade, and a nice runner-up finish for Day of Honor. So we have a Survivor update after that race, and I can tell you right now if you're moving on or not. It was everybody moving on in race 1, but here after race 2 we have 60 remaining of the original 74. 60 people moving on in Survivor to play for the $100 HPI credit today. So congrats if you're one of those lucky players so far, continuing on in Survivor. And we have a stake race here in race 3, another Phil Pinckney Memorial Division. This time it's the 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings.
Yeah, right here in race number 3 now, and Mel, you and I, we both went to the 3 Good Omen. Sugar went to the 6 in here, the Vicar, who is undefeated. He's 3 for 3 right now, but all of us have the 3, the 5, and the 6 as this field for the Phil Pinckney Memorial 2-year-old pacing colts. Yeah, we both went to 3 Good Omen. I think since he came back from Ontario, only had 1 start defeating aged horses, which was in a very impressive win.
Yeah, and you look at who he was in with in Ontario, too. The Ontario Star Stakes program is fantastic. It's very deep, and, he's coming back here after taking on tough competition there. And what does he do? At Summerside on the 17th, he gets a win by a nose for Paul Langell, who's the trainer and driver, and back aboard today. So his chances are very good, I think. He's a well-bred 2-year-old gelding here, and he's won half his starts so far. That lifetime mark, too, at Summerside is pretty good, 155 and 2. So Good Omen looks very good to me. I understand the Vicar, though.
Yes.
I really do. He's never faced stakes competition. That's what gets me, and he does have the outside post.
Yeah, the Vicar in here, I think he has won his first 3 lifetime starts. He did win on September 26th by 8 lengths in 158 and 1 over Summerside. In his last start on October 10th in Summerside, he was a winner by only a quarter of a length. But this being his first stake start, I don't think will play much of an effect. He's a well-bred colt by Art Speak at a St. Lad's Billie Jean. So I'm very excited to see what he'll do against stakes competition. I don't think it'll play much of an effect, and I can see him just continuously getting better.
I think he's definitely a factor here. I think Good Omen has a better post position and a bit more experience. And I also quite like Paul's Crown. That's my selection for place with Mark Campbell, trainer Brent Campbell. And this one had a show finish last time in the slump at Charlottetown on the 22nd of October. But that was a Maritime Breeders' Stake. So this is a class drop, I think. Really, there's some in this field with less experience. And he has 3 wins so far, Paul's Crown. And looking back, that was September 23rd that he had his last win. That was also in non-stakes company. It was on a class drop. So that was not for Mark Campbell either, which is interesting. He has Mark Campbell aboard today, and I think this is a better track surface today. We're not looking at sloppy conditions like it was in Charlottetown that time. So he could improve here, and I didn't want to leave him out for sure. So, you know, we kind of just took the 3 horses and we moved them around in different configurations here. The betting public, though, was very heavy on Good Omen. That home track advantage, I think, with Paul Langell aboard has made him a 1-9 top choice. And that win record, I mean, he's won half his starts already. And if you look at the marks that they all have, he's much the fastest so far.
Yeah, as it appears they will be coming out on track in just a moment, so we'll be back after the post-parade.
Colts are now on the track and on parade for today's 3rd race, first division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old pacing colts. They'll compete for a purse of $7,580. Here's the field. Number 1 is Reassurance. Almost all Peter Alex Lenigan, along with Chris Farrell. Saul Lenigan trains. Jason Hughes will drive. Jackie Heffernan, the owner of 2 Mudslide Lucas. Miles Heffernan Jr. is the trainer. Miles Sr. will drive. Paul Langell is the trainer and driver of number 3, Good Omen. He's owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll. Sonny Jacks has post 4. Corey McPherson up the lines for owner Deborah Rankin. Trainer is Arden Mofford. 5, Paul's Crown. Trained by Brent Campbell for Greyland Farm. And Joe Gamba with Mark Campbell aboard. And from post 6 is The Vicar, trained and driven by Bernard McCollum for the GLB stable. That's the field of 2-year-olds for the first division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial. They'll go behind the gate in 3 minutes.
We're looking at the field for race 3, Phil Pinckney Memorial, 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Actually, we've got the paddock cam on now, but the field is out there on the track after the post parade. Exacta, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering here, and everybody is betting Good Omen, it seems. The name is very attractive. It's a good omen if you play this horse, it seems. Or he's been a good omen for the Langells anyway this season, making $12,831 and a nice mark of 155 and 2.
Yeah, Good Omen. He's had a very good season as a 2-year-old here. 8 starts, 4 wins, 1 second and 1 third, and over 12,000 made. He did spend some time in Ontario in some Ontario Sire Stakes races in the grassroots there at Grand River. In his first start in Ontario, he was 3rd in 157 and 3. He made checks in 3 out of 2 out of 3 races in Ontario, and then he comes back to the Maritimes and wins in Summerside on October 17th by a nose in 158-4, 28-3 on the end of it. He's a nice colt in here, this son of Better Than Cheddar, a homebred of the Team Langell, so good omen in here. 1-9 on the board. I think that maybe I was expecting a little bit more value because this is a deep field of colts, but yeah, to me, he's the best in the race.
And it's somewhat important to note, I should have mentioned earlier, his first win of the year is actually by placing. He was second, placed first. So he was a winning favorite that race, but it was actually a place finish. So officially a winner. He certainly has the times and performance, and he looks very relaxed out there, though. Here's the second choice for me, Paul's Crown for Mark Campbell and trainer Brent Campbell, and he looks quite good to me too. He looks pretty professional out there.
Yeah, Paul's Crown in here. You're getting 4-1 on him right now for trainer Brent Campbell, driver Mark Campbell. He's been in all the stake races this year in Atlantic Canada. He had us over 20,000 made this season, 10 wins at 3 seconds and 4 thirds. Pardon me, 10 starts, 3 wins, and 4 thirds. He raced really well. He was third in the Maritime Breeders over a sloppy track in 204-1, beating 8 3/4 lengths in that one. He does have a win down his line in 158-1 in an Atlantic Sire Stakes A division during Old Home Week. So he's had a very good season, and I think that he'll definitely put up a good fight today. He's 4-1 right now, so you're getting some value on a horse that could get it done.
That's the word I like about him, fight, because in that maiden win at Inverness, he actually had 2 moves there. He did fight back. He had the lead, he lost it, and then he came on again to win from Mark Campbell there. So that was Atlantic Sire Stakes A action for this division. I think his chances are quite good here, and these horses coming in from the island who were over there in the slop on the weekend of the Maritime Breeders, that really was an unpleasant track. If you were trying to close, you'd be covered in mud, getting it in the face. So I think maybe he just didn't like that. He was, behind most of that race and got up for show. So here's the one that Sugar likes on top. And we were talking about the Vicar. He's sort of an unknown in stakes competition. This is his first stakes start, but he's sharp so far.
Yes, so far this year, only 3 starts under his belt, so he's raced the lightest out of any horse in the field, but they were all wins, all 3 starts, and he seems to be improving all the time. He did get that first win in 2 minutes and 3/5, then he got the second win there in Summerside at 158-1 on September 26th, went about a tick slower on October 10th in Summerside. He won in 159, but it was still a win nonetheless. Gets post position 6, which I don't think will be too much of a handicap for him today. Right now 9-1, so some value on him.
Yeah, it's just that question of, does he step up against these more experienced stakes colts? Here's Reassurance from the Rail. That's a great name for a young horse. And he broke his maiden there a couple of starts ago on a sloppy track, October 14th at Charlottetown. Didn't seem to mind. Front end trip, which suits the post he has today. And he didn't like the slop last weekend on the 22nd at Charlottetown.
Yeah, Reassurance in here. He was 5th in the Maritime Breeders in his last start in 204-1. Hasn't seen a whole lot of stakes action. He's only raced in stake races twice, but that other one was in the PI Colt Stakes on September 9th, where he was second, only beaten a nose in 201. So this is a lightly raced colt, but you're getting 8-1 on him right now, which I think is a fair price.
And they're going behind the gate for the Phil Pinckney Memorial 2-year-old Pacing Colts. We'll send it to Joe Kelly for the call. Good luck.
Starter calling in the 2-year-old colts. Home Hardware Building Center starting 8 is in motion. Race 3 of the afternoon, the $7,580 first division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old Pacing Colts has Reassurance, Mudslide Lucas, Good Omen, Sonny Jacks, Paul's Crown, and the Vicar. They are off and pacing. Good Omen along with Reassurance. Those two vying for the early lead. Mudslide Lucas will take cover third. Up on the outside, uncovered. In four, that's Paul's Crown. Away fifth is Sonny Jackson. Unhurried back there is the Vicar trailing in six. Into the Redland Farms backstretch now for time one. Good Omen is out front, leading it by a clear 2.5, with Reassurance giving chase second. Paul's Crown has found a seat third. And next in line, Mudslide Lucas looks at it from four. The trailing pair are Sonny Jackson and the Vicar. They're still single file as they approach the 3/8, and it is Good Omen dictating the pace, leading it still by 2.5 on Reassurance. Paul's Crown is a tight up third. Another gap of 2 back to Mudslide Lucas in 4. The Vicar starting up uncovering the outside now from 5. And now at the back is Sonny Jacks. 28 and 3 was the initial quarter. On through the lane as they check it at the midway point. It is Good Omen widening the lead now to some 4 or 5 lengths. Second is Reassurance. To the outside goes Paul's Crown. Third, the Vicar will now pick up cover on the limb from 4. Inside of fifth is Mudslide Lucas. And still at the back is Sonny Jacks, the half 58 and 2. On to the Redland Farms backstretch, final time, and Good Omen is still out there uncontested on the lead. Is still clear by 4. Reassurance trying to hold second outside. And uncovered third, that's Paul's Crown. The Vicar back to the rail in 4. Then tied up from 5 is Sonny Jacks, and now at the back is Mudslide Lucas. They travel on over to the 7/8 now, 3/4. For Good Omen in 1:27 and 3, and Good Omen striding out now by 5-6, expanding lengths with less than an 8 to come. Reassurance is still there second. Now back to the outside third comes the Vicar. On through the stretch they come. It's all Good Omen here in the first division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial, winning it easily. Closing up for second is the Vicar. Third is Reassurance. Mile at 150, 6 1/5. Now, the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure is Good Omen, winner of the first division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old pacing colts. He's a big illet son of Better Than Cheddar. Of the Arts Place Dam, Paula's Promise was bred by Roseanne Langell. Roseanne now shares ownership with Ellie Driscoll. Paul Angel trains and drives Good Omen in the Phil Pinckney Memorial in 156 and 1/5. Trackside, friends and family members of the late Phil Pinckney making the blanket presentation. We'd also like to thank Ben Hollingsworth Stable and Pye Chevrolet for their contributions to the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stakes this afternoon, donating the prizes to the winning connections of the winners of the Phil Pinckney Memorial. Here's how they finished in the third race. Number 1, Reassurance, third. 2 Mudslide Lucas, 6. 3, Good Omen was the winner. 4, Sonny Jocks finished 4th. 5, Paul's Crown, 5th. And 6, The Vicar, 2nd. Fractions, 28 and 3, 58 and 2, 127 and 3. And the mile for Good Omen, 156 and 1/5. Rechecking your programs. Top down, 361452. 361 try in the third race, 3210. The 36 exactor, 640. $1 superfecta, 3614, $40.15. Up next, the Masstown Market Pace. In the 4th, number 6, Pacific Dunes. Driver change to Kenny Parker. Post time for race 4 in less than 5 minutes. And with the call for the upcoming 4th and 5th races, our racing analyst, Grady Hashi, will have the call for you.
And that was an exciting finish for race 3, wasn't it? Good Omen, but the Vicar was coming to him at the end.
He was, and the Vicar has been really sharp for Pooker McCollum, and nice second there. And, of course, the Paul Angel trained and driven Good Omen, tons the best there.
Yeah, he didn't need any luck. He is a good omen. He
Yes,
didn't
he
need a
is.
good omen. A nice 156-1 win there in the Phil Pinckney
Might be
Memorial.
one of the youngest owners too. Ellie Driscoll, I believe, is about 8 years old, is part owner of Good Omen.
Wow, with Roseanne Langell. Congratulations, Ellie and Roseanne and Paul and Good Omen. And we have congratulations to extend to someone else here as well. There's a special award that you're about to show us.
Yes, we have a new award this year called the General Manager's Award, and it's for meritorious service to Truro Raceway. And our first ever recipient of that award, unfortunately, she's at home sick, but I know she's watching, Rachel McDonald Walsh. Congratulations, Rachel. She did a lot of great things supporting Truro Raceway with several promotional endeavors she was involved with, and made a difference, a positive difference, both to the racetrack and our fans. So congratulations, Rachel McDonald Walsh, the first ever recipient of the General Manager's Award.
Yeah, congratulations, Rachel, and we hope you appreciate your award, even if you can't be here today. Congratulations, well deserved. And now we're going to take a peek at race 4, the Masstown Market Pace.
Absolutely, and so this is for non-winners, a 1 and 2 or 125 per start this season. And so, we see the board, and it's a couple of choices there. Mel, you and the program selections in on Bet on Jessica, and she's been very impressive here at Truro Raceway. Maybe not so much at Inverness and Summerside. She didn't find it as much to her liking as at home here. She's stabled here, as you know, for the Won't Back Down stable. I keep looking back at, September 10th, September 17th, when she was at her best. She was really, really good.
She's got a lot of fight in her, and if you look at Inverness, she was assigned the outside post in a handicap race against older horses.
Okay.
So, I actually...
Didn't realize that.
Yeah, Helen Landry contacted me. She was there and said, she raced really good, 2-year-old filly against older. So, Bet on Jessica has a lot of fight to her. She loves to race, and I think she fits well here. It is easier, I think, for most horses to race off the backstretch instead of traveling a distance,
Sure.
if possible. So being back at home again for the first time since September 17th, when she was second to the Vicar, who we just saw a very good second to Good Omen in stakes action. That's a good omen for Bet on Jessica.
It could be. And then you see Sugar Doyle and Grady going with number 5 Payback, and certainly he's been impressive in recent weeks. Had a bit of a tough trip last week at Inverness, the week before. Dominant winner there in 201 and 2. He's a new recruit in recent months to the Jeff Ellis barn, and he seems like he's coming around for Jeff.
Yeah, I think at Inverness in his last start there on the 15th, if you look, he also had post 5, and Bet on Jessica didn't get much chance from that, and neither did Payback. So it just seems like a bit of a tougher post. And here he has Mark Campbell driving as well, which I really like to see. One of the best in our region of any description, trainer driver or catch driver. So he's on Payback here, and that horse already has 2 wins this season. He's kind of a front-end loving horse, I notice, and the post parade is coming up, so you can think about that, and we'll be back in a moment.
Pacers and their drivers on the track now for race number 4. It's the Masstown Market Pace. Here's the one, Glenview Rambo, owned, trained, and driven by Keith Legg. The 2 is Bet on Jessica, owned by the Won't Back Down stable. Gardner McCullum trains, Darren Crow driving. Three is Time All Charmer, owned by Paisley McCullum. Pooker McCullum trains. Colin DeCourcy will drive this afternoon. The 4 is A Tough Little Guy, owned by Debbie Ellis, Anthony Robshaw, Wallace Cameron. Donald Ellis trains, Todd Trites driving. The 5 is Payback, owned by Brody Ellis, Jeff Ellis trains. It's Mark Campbell. The 6 is Pacific Dunes, owned and trained by Doug Conrad. In the driver's seat today, Kenny Parker Jr. And on the far side, post 7, it's Mighty Mouse. Owned by the CC Stables. Chris Colvin trains. Kirk Paris will drive. Those are the 7 starters for race number 4. It's the Masstown Marketplace Win, Place and Show, Exactor, Triactor, and the Superfecta. Are your wagering options? They'll go to the gate in a few minutes' time.
Thank you very much, Grady. Grady Hashey up in the booth for race 4 and 5. As this one right now, the 3-5 favorite is number 5, Payback. I think that's a bit of a surprise, maybe. Like, certainly could expect him to be one of the contenders. I think maybe a little bit overbet here at this moment.
My question about Payback, he's winless in 4 tries this year at Truro. So does adding Mark Campbell elevate his chances enough? Here's my pick.
The bettors are saying
Jessica.
yes. The bettors are saying yes.
Maybe.
As you take a look at Bet on Jessica, and she has been very impressive since she has arrived and has hit the board 5 out of 6, and including her life's best of 2 minutes flat right here at Truro. And, good post to work from. She has Darren back in the bike, which I think is a bonus for her this week as well. And,
Look at those ears.
Perked up, she's ready to go.
Yep. I think the ears really say a lot about a horse, and Jessica's ears are up, and she was looking ready to race today. I think she looks great out there. She's 5-2, but attention's still going to Payback, and it could be for those 2 wins or the Mark Campbell effect. He is winless this year at Truro. That's my only question mark. He's got that nice win at Inverness 2 starts back, and then he won at Trois Rivières for previous connections. So now debuting for Mark Campbell and Jeff Ellis here at Truro, it's a chance to improve. I do like him in my ticket. He's my second choice, but he's 4-5 on the board. He's top choice in the Masstown Market Pace. And this is a good race for Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering, a 7-horse field, and lots of options here, I think. There's some horses that have been knocking on the door throughout the season and just haven't been able to quite get there, like a Tough Little Guy with Todd Treitz added. That's a real advantage. He was 3rd for Treitz back a few here at Truro, July 30th, and now he's coming in from Inverness as well, where he was 3rd for Redmond Doucette. So he's won in a relatively deep field, I think, and although I'd put Bet on Jessica on top, there's quite a few in here who have a shot. Here's another who scares me, Mighty Mouse.
Well, Mighty
Tough
Mouse
post.
can pop up with an extremely good effort. She does like the front if she can get there. And Kirk Paris, the master of speed on the front. So, tough post to work with for sure today. But she has been racing better the last few weeks. She had a win in Inverness October 1st, then a qualifier here, but raced at Inverness again in a decent 3rd and on a not a very good track there that day, 2 seconds off. Certainly has been very competitive, maybe a little bit more confidence in her step here today off of those couple of efforts, I think.
Yeah, and she does have gate speed when she's asked, and late 2022, she had a going away win from the Truro Rail on December 4th. So the post isn't the same today,
No.
but as far as late season, it is a cooler day today. Some horses do improve under the changing weather circumstances. They like it cooler. The cool air is better for their lungs, or they feel happier. So she might be one of them. She was better last season at the end of the season here at Truro. Mighty Mouse, 18-1 at the moment. And
You want to looking for a price. That's a pretty fair value, I think, for Mighty Mouse.
And I wouldn't leave her out of a triactor, and I'd definitely put her in an exactor, probably below Bet on Jessica, though.
And we literally just saw her owner, Chris Colvin, walking out of the Horsemen's Club to come out and look at her.
Yeah, she's my 3rd choice here, and I wouldn't count her out. And then Timel Charmer I have for the Super as well. He had back-to-back Truro wins by open lengths last December for driver Bruce McGean. But the question here, he's one of those horses who hasn't made a start since September 17th at Truro. He used the time away as more of a vacation than a time to be racing elsewhere. A lot of those horses obviously kept training here at Truro, and they're turning to go behind the gate now. So last chance to wager in the Masstown Market Pace, Exactor, Tri, and Super, and we send it to Grady Hashey for the call.
Lining up now in the fourth, Glenview Rambo, Bet on Jessica, Time All Charmer, A Tough Little Guy, Payback, Pacific Dunes, and Mighty Mouse. Field of 7. They're on the gate for the fourth. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. Payback from the middle leaves hard. Bet on Jessica with him into that opening turn. A Tough Little Guy will come away to be third. Time All Charmer settles away fourth. Moving off fifth at the rail, Glenview Rambo. Then Pacific Dunes. And the trailer at the back is Mighty Mouse. By the eighth pole they go. From the outside, Payback and Mark Campbell looking to drive on to take over the lead. And they do so. Payback now touches down. Bet on Jessica will go second. A Tough Little Guy is third. Time All Charmer fourth. Glenview Rambo paces along fifth. Then Pacific Dunes is second from last six, and trailing the field from seventh, it's Mighty Mouse. They have a quarter of a mile in the books, and it is Payback on the lead for Mark Campbell. Betting on Jessica is about 3 lengths back from second, racing from third, A Tough Little Guy, then Time All Charmer is for 29 and 2 at the opening quarter. They just passed the 3/8, and Payback will come off the turn with the lead. Bet on Jessica tracks along second, A Tough Little Guy third, Time All Charmer slightly gapped out fourth. To the outside, fifth and getting underway, Glenview Rambo. Then it goes to Mighty Mouse, and Pacific Dunes has dropped out of it as he is off stride at the back. They have a half mile in the books, and Payback is the leader. Second towards the inside, Bet on Jessica, Tough Little Guy going to the outside third. 59 and 3 was the half. 30 and 1 in the second quarter. Payback rounding the turn. Second towards the inside, it's Bet on Jessica giving chase. At the rail from third, Time All Charmer. A Tough Little Guy is stalled outside fourth. 3 high from fifth, Glenview Rambo. Mighty Mouse is sixth, and Pacific Dunes is in the backfield. They go to 3/4 next. Payback with the lead. Bet on Jessica is still right there, the closest one to him. Racing from third at the inside, Time All Charmer. Then Glenview Rambo's been out a ways. She's still there fourth. Mighty Mouse has moved up fifth. Then A Tough Little Guy is sixth. 130 and 1 down at 3/4. That's a 30 and 2 third quarter, and Payback rounding the final turn with the lead. Bet on Jessica is second. Time All Charmer trying to hang on for third. Glenview Rambo's on the outside fourth, but they turn for home, and Payback is open by 4, and he's driving on. Payback goes wire to wire for Mark Campbell. Payback impressive in the fourth. Bet on Jessica is second. Time All Charmer hangs on there for third. There is an inquiry underway. Time for the mile, 2 minutes and 4/5. The judges are looking at racing action at the half between the 1 and the 4. Results of the judge's inquiry, no violations. In the winner's circle now, out of race number 4, it's the 5 entry, Payback. He's a bay gelding, 10 years old, by Mach 3, out of the Jenna's Beach Boy mare, Armbro Brandywine, owned by Brody Ellis of Bio Hill, Nova Scotia. Jeff Ellis trains. Mark Campbell, the winning driver. He cruises to his 3rd win on the season and his 15th start in 2 minutes 4/5. Payback in race number 4. Official results now out of race number 4. The 5 Payback paid $3.80 to win. 2 Bet on Jessica, $3.90 to place. 3 Time All Charmer, $9.90 to show. The $2 Exacta paid $12.30, and the $2 Try paid $62. Top down in race number 4. The 1 Glenview Rambo was 4th. 2 Bet on Jessica 2nd. 3 Time All Charmer 3rd. 4 Tough Little Guy was 6th. 5 Payback was the race winner. 6 Pacific Dunes was 7th. And the 7 Mighty Mouse was 5th. Fractions of 29 and 2, 59 and 3, 130 and 1, and the mile time 2 minutes and 4/5. In review from the top, 423, 6175.
And the public gets it right in race 4 with Payback and Mark Campbell. I called him one-dimensional, but Mark must have heard me and gave him the perfect trip he needed.
One-dimensional win.
Yeah, that's right. He was in his own dimension up front, and as Bet on Jessica's about half his size, and all heart, she held on for place, but couldn't quite get to the big horse. A nice 3rd win of the season for Payback here at Truro Raceway, and congratulations to Brody Ellis, Jeff Ellis, and Mark Campbell. So we're moving on. We have an update before race 5 about Survivor. It looks like we had 55 remaining after race 3, and 2 were knocked out in race 4. So 53 players are moving on into race 5 in Survivor here at Truro Raceway, and this is another 7-horse field, so it's sure to be competitive.
A lot of people in contention yet, and of course lots of races to go as well. But this particular one, of course, is the Acropole Pizza and Donair Pace for non-winners of 501, your last 5 starts. And I think this one starts with Delightful Wine. Delightful Wine hadn't been racing all that great, kind of a fringe player until last week when he exploded from being parked half a mile at Summerside to beat just half a length in 158 and 3, looking much more like the Delightful Wine we got to know here at Truro this summer. This will be his last start for the Hubtown Horse Owners Club. He will be sold this week, and he'd love to go out with a win here.
And Delightful Wine with an Acropole pizza. I mean, what a great pairing.
There you go.
So everybody
Absolutely.
has him on top. I agree with you. I actually made him, I think I made him my best bet here. Yeah, he just looks like a serious horse here. Darren Crow training and driving all season for the Hubtown Horse Owners Club. And he's been in the mix with Tougher, I think, this season. He's been in there with Rise and Horizon and Privilege and Lady in Paradise.
Class, and,
so This is an easier group for him. Great post position, and I think he can win anyway. Like his last win, if you look there back on August 27th, he had post 3, and he sat back, and then he got up to win by half a length at the end, sprinted home in 28 and 4. So that was over Don't Ask Logan. Another really nice horse. So Delightful Wine, I like his chances here. And the post relief is also very notable. He had post 6 over there on the island at Summerside. Before that, post 7. So this coming back to his home track and getting the great post really helps his chances.
Should mention as well that number 1 Preceptor, this will be his last career start. I was talking with the Langell Barn. He was going to be retired after this start. So, and I know Troy Delaney is going to miss him significantly. It's certainly his favorite, and the horse has been racing pretty well lately. And so best of luck in this race to Preceptor.
A very classy horse who's going out on a high note, I think. Age 10, they don't all race till they're 14, and he's got 25 lifetime wins there, so he's earned a good retirement. So Preceptor from the rail, 49-1, and 1-9 top choice, Delightful Wine from just outside in post 2. I think he looks somewhat obvious, but that's often.
But it's a little overbet at 1-9.
Yeah, 1-9 might be a bit much because there's some upset specialists in here, like just to the outside, Sonny Billion. Remember the first race on opening day this season?
I do.
So does Sonny Billion. And he's got Todd Trites driving here. So I put him in my pick 5, which is still going.
Some other contenders, we'll talk more about it as they go out for post parade. We'll be back after Grady does the post.
Pacers and their drivers on the track for the Acapulco Pizza and Donair Pace. 15-inch round pizza to the winning trainer. Here's the field. The 1 is Preceptor, owned by Roseanne Langell. Paul Langell, training and driving. The 2 is Delightful Wine, owned by Hubtown Horse Owners Club. Darren Crow, training and driving. Three, Sonny Billion, owned by the Won't Back Down stable. Gardner McCollum trains Todd Trites this afternoon. 4 is Mill Pond Cheyenne, owned and trained by Lee Johnson, with Carl Eisner driving. 5 is Pumpkin, owned by Angela Oliver. Garnet Arnold trains Keith Legg is in the bike. 6 is Gaudreau Machine, owned by Leslie and Linda Parker. Leslie Parker trains Kenny Parker Jr. driving. 7 is E.R. Quinn, owned by the CC Stables. Chris Coven trains. Kirk Paris is the driver. Those are the 7 Pacers for race number 5. And there is a $63 Superfecta carryover here in the race number 5, along with the win, place, and show, exactor, and triactor.
We're taking a look at Delightful Wine, who is 1-9 at the moment. Top choice, possibly a little over bet, but cruising around for trainer-driver Darren Crow in the Hubtown Horse Owners Club, looking very sharp out there today.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely over bet at 1-9. For sure, favorite status, overwhelming favorite status. Just a little bit too low a price, I think. If you're looking to get a little bit of a price here, I think the value play here is actually the number 4 horse, Mill Pond Cheyenne, 16-1, now dropping to 10. But even at that, the horse has won its last 2 starts, although in its latest start was placed first for being interfered with in the stretch. But still, the horse is racing really well. It's got literally hitting the board in its last 5, 2 wins, a second, and 2 thirds. So always competitive. To me, maybe just a step behind Delightful Wine on paper, but we know how that works sometimes.
Yeah, and this one likes Truro a lot. She broke her maiden on July 16th at Truro for Carl Eisner and has some late speed. So I'm always a little concerned if you have a front-end loving horse, when you have one like this in the field who can come out of nowhere or sneak up the inside late. I think that's possible for Mill Pond Cheyenne. 3-1 morning line's about right, I think, and 3 wins this season. So don't rule out the 4. 10-1 at the moment.
Value play there,
Yeah.
big time for number 4, Mill Pond Cheyenne.
And here is Sonny Billion teamed up with Todd Treitz as his regular driver is usually Darren Crow, but he's driving Delightful Wine because he trains Delightful Wine.
Right.
So Sonny Billion didn't really have a great time in Summerside, and Inverness also a little beyond his scope. He is very much a Truro horse who races off the backstretch, and I think he can upset, but he's a horse who's hard on himself, often parking himself or, getting a really labor-intensive trip. He always looks great. Don't be fooled. But don't necessarily
well, you know him better
leave
than
him
anyone,
out.
that's right.
Yeah, he's 20-1, but see, teaming up with Todd Treitz, it's definitely why I had him included in my triactor and also in the last leg of the pick 5. He stepped up at big odds on opening day, and he does that from time to time.
Well, how about Halloween being 2 days away? And number 5, Pumpkin, seems like an appropriate-looking horse to bet on. But you know what? The horse actually coming into the Garnet Arnold barn here for Ange Oliver. And this horse has done very well so far. A win in a second as we take a look at Perceptor and as yeah, there we go. We'll get back to somebody here in a sec. But Pumpkin, I like Pumpkin, what the horse has done lately, as we'll take a look at Perceptor first. Perceptor, like I said, this is his final career start. So the Langels tell me, and he will be retired. And he's got the rail to work with. I know his biggest fan, Troy Delaney's pulling for him here. He's going to be a bit of a value play at 11-1.
I think that comes from, he's one of them that didn't race in the period when Truro didn't race. He's been here and training since September 17th, but he hasn't been actively racing at Inverness or Summerside or Charlottetown or Woodstock like some of the others. So it makes him a bit of an outsider, even though he's got the inside post. You can't ever count him out. He does have wins this year, and he was a winner for Keith Legg, actually, not that long ago, like this summer at this track. So they're going.
Speaking of Keith Legg, there is Pumpkin, as we were discussing.
Yep.
I like that horse in the top 3 here. And you know what the heck, with Halloween coming, you might want to throw $2 to win on him.
Yeah, they have the Headless Horseman at Keeneland, and Truro Raceway has Pumpkin. They're going behind the gate for race 5, the Acropole Pizza and Donair Pace.
Lining up now in the 5th from the inside out, Preceptor, Delightful Wine, Sunny Billion, Mill Pond Cheyenne, Pumpkin, Gaudreau Machine, and E.R. Quinn. Field is 7. They're on the gate for the 5th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, they're off and pacing. Pumpkin from the middle fires out. Preceptor guarding the rail into that opening turn. Also leaving hard. Delightful Wine as they'll go 3 wide around the opening turn. Preceptor on the rail from between them. Delightful Wine is rushing up to take over the lead here for Darren Crows. They just passed the 8th pole and will turn into the backstretch. Delightful Wine now with the lead. Preceptor will now track along 2nd. Caught on the outside from 3rd is Pumpkin. Racing from 4th at the inside, Sunny Billion. Outside 5th is E.R. Quinn. Then it's Mill Pond Cheyenne. again. And trailing the field at the back, Godrow Machine. They have a quarter of a mile in the books. Delightful Wine is the leader. Second on the outside, Pumpkin is parked out. Racing from third at the inside, Preceptor. Fourth at the rail, Sunny Billion. 28 and 2 at the opening quarter. Delightful Wine will come off this turn and straighten down the stretch. The opening half mile in his sights. Second on the outside, that is Pumpkin. Racing from third, Preceptor. Then at the inside, fourth, Sunny Billion. Outside, fifth, E.R. Quinn. Then it goes back to Mill Pond Cheyenne, and trailing the field at the back now, Godrow Machine. They have a half mile in the books. Delightful Wine is the leader. Now going to the inside, second, that was Pumpkin. Racing from third on the outside now, E.R. Quinn. Preceptor's tiring from fourth. The half was 58 seconds flat. 29 and 3 in the second quarter. Delightful Wine turns into the backstretch, open by 3. Second towards the inside is Pumpkin. 3 high coming from the back. Mill Pond Cheyenne is looking to move up. Then right there, Preceptor from between them, E.R. Quinn. Sunny Billion made a slight bobble. And also coming from the backfield is Godrow Machine. Delightful Wine is open by 4. He has 3/4 of a mile in the books. Second towards the inside is Pumpkin. Mill Pond Cheyenne is outside third. 128 and 2 down at 3/4. And it is Delightful Wine. From the outside, Mill Pond Cheyenne looking to move up second. Racing from third at the inside, Pumpkin as they turn for home. And Delightful Wine is clear by 5 and driving on. Delightful Wine. Second is Mill Pond Cheyenne. But Delightful Wine, what a way to end your time at Truro Raceway. Delightful Wine wins it. Mill Pond Cheyenne is second. Pumpkin finishes third. Time for that mile, 1:59 and 3. Into the winner's circle now. At a race number 5 comes the 2 Delightful Wine. He's a big gelding, 5 years old, by Better's Delight, out of a vintage Master Merit. Wine with Me. Won by the Hubdown Horse Owners Club. Darren Crow, the winning trainer and the driver, 1:59 and 3 the winning mile. He goes wire to wire. Delightful Wine in race 5. Race number 5 is now official. Race 5 now official. The 2, Delightful Wine, 230 to win. The 4, Mill Pond Cheyenne, 260 to place. 5, Pumpkin, 370 to show. Tour Exacta paid at $5.50. The $2 try, $20.70. $1 super, $27.25. And the 20-cent pick 5, $13.89. The rundown at a race number 5, the 1, Preceptor was 7th. 2, Delightful Wine, the winner. 3, Sunny Billion, 4th. 4, Mill Pond Cheyenne was 2nd. 5, Pumpkin was 3rd. 6, Godra Machine was 5th. And 7, ER Quinn was 6th. Fractions of 28 and 2, 58. 128 and 2, and the mile and 159 and 3. In review from the top, 7142356.
And race 5 is complete. A nice win for Delightful Wine. And I have a couple of TruroRaceway's more delightful personalities here with me, Connie and Joan, who got a shout out on Twitter from Yvonne saying they should be thanked for their work all season here, raising money for different charities with the 50-50 draws. And the great Halloween costumes today as well. I think Pumpkin, who finished 3rd that race, would be very proud of you.
We're related to him.
And I have to thank you for the trick or treat.
We stole that from the kids.
Well, you need to host here more often. You've got a great comeback for everything. But we're going to do the 50-50 draw,
50-50
right?
draw, we're ready.
Okay, so
And
shake it up.
I would like to thank all the folks that have bought tickets from us over the season, and we've had a great fun selling to them.
Okay. So do you want to read the number? Or do you want me to read the number?
Go.
Okay. We have a 50-50, and here's the number, 4315788. Again, that's 4315788. And what is today's jackpot? Wow.
$808.50.
That's amazing.
Isn't
You
that
ladies do great work, and you've raised funds for some good causes
we
all
do
season.
the talk and do the walk.
Yes, dressed as pumpkins and in your regular attire.
Yeah.
You looked great on Harness the Hope Day. You look excellent in orange as well. So thanks again for a great season,
thank
and
you so
we'll see you
much.
next season. Keep
Yep.
up the good work, and we'll read that 50-50 ticket one more time. 4315788. That is your winning ticket in the 50-50. So since I have you two ladies here with me, we could talk a little bit about race 6 if you'd like. And you can jump in too. So this is the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial, and it's the 3-year-old Pacing Fillies stake. And do you have any particular horses that you like here as winners, or that you're cheering for?
I would do 125.
125. Salzbrook Abbey, Woodmere Jade, and JJ Amelia. And what about you?
Let's go with 356.
356. So that's Redland, Miss Pretty, JJ Amelia, and Rock and Roll K's. So the 50-50 ladies have some good opinions here on the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial, exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. And we have some other selectors on your screen right now, and it looks like Rosetown Mary. Rosetown Mary is the choice of myself, Sugar Doyle, and Grady Hashey. So any thoughts on her? Corey McPherson often does well when he comes over here.
Corey's a good little driver. Yep.
So we'll have to find out here. Post Parade will be coming out shortly, and I want to thank both of you again, Connie and Joan, for a great season of 50-50, and we'll read that number one more time. 4315788 is the 50-50 winner today to conclude the season of 50-50 at Truro Raceway. Thanks again, ladies.
And we have enjoyed it.
Appreciate it.
Now on parade are the starters in today's 6th race. Race 6, the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial Stake for 3-year-old Pacing fillies, going for $14,672. Here's the field. Number 1 is Salzbrook Abbey by Saul and Peter Lanigan, along with Mark Lanigan. Saul does the training. Jason Hughes will drive. Woodmere Jade from post 2 with Jackie Heffernan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howie Anderson share ownership of the 3-entry Redland Miss Pretty, trained by Kyle Williams and driven by Patrick Shepard. Rosetown Mary is the 4. Corey McPherson trains and drives for Carrie Taylor, Emily Taylor, Taylor McPherson, and Lisa Richards. Rosetown Mary is the 4. 5 is J.J. Amelia. Mark Campbell drives for trainer Jarrett Perot. Jarrett is the co-owner along with James Perot. Rock and Roll Cage rounds out the field from post 6. Jeff Holmes, the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives for Hardcore Racing. That's the field of fillies for the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial Stake. Post time in 3 minutes.
And we just saw the post parade for the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial for the 3-year-old Pacing fillies. A strong field here. The handicappers all sided with one filly who just ran off the screen literally there. Rosetown Mary, the 4. What did you see in her, Grady?
Yeah, Rosetown Mary, she seems to be getting better and better every start out. 2 starts ago, she was a winner in 154-4 in the Lady Slipper Gold. She wins the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation in 157-1. It seemed like this filly, she just wasn't quite up to par early on in the season, but lately she's been on a tear here for trainer driver Corey McPherson. She's got $30,000 in the bank now, and she has won her last 4 straight. So she's coming into this one super sharp. She gets 3 to 5 right now on the board, which I think is an appropriate price for her in the stakes competition. But yeah, Rosetown Mary, she has been on a roll lately.
Yeah, she's getting good at the right time, and she likes to hunt down horses, which helps here, get up in the stretch and go by. So I could see that happening here. Corey McPherson has a strong record when he comes to Truro for stakes races, and this filly has 6 wins this season already, so that's very good. Rosetown Mary, the top selection of both you, me, and Sugar Doyle. And now we see Rock and Roll K's from the outside for Kenny Murphy and trainer Jeff Holmes and Hardcore Racing. So she's not got the best post, but she does have a strong record finishing on the board this season, 4 wins.
Yeah, Rock and Roll K's in here for Ken Murphy and trainer Jeff Holmes. She's raced well this year in the stakes action. She has picked up a couple wins earlier on in the season, but 14 starts, 4 wins at 3/3 and 3 seconds. She's hung around in all the stake races this year for 3-year-old fillies and collected $36,000 in earnings. She certainly races tough. She seems like a horse that when she is sharp, she's really good. But lately, it kind of seems like races need to go her way for her to be successful. But she's always hanging around there. You're getting 26-1 on her right now as the longest shot on the board. So a bit of value because she can upset, especially with Ken Murphy, who's one of the most consistent drivers you can find.
I think people may be just looking back to the fact that she hasn't won since that July 14th stake at Summerside Atlantic Sire Stakes A, and maybe they feel she's peaked for the season, but that's not necessarily true. And now the wagering public has shifted attention to the rail Salzbrook Abbey for Jason Hughes and Saul Lanigan. And this one gets post relief and actually won at Summerside in her last start from the rail on October 1st.
Yeah, Salzbrook Abbey comes in here for Jason Hughes and Saul Lanigan. She's another one who's been racing in a lot of the stake races this year. She did finish 3rd in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation, or the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, in 158-1. She won a Lady Slipper Gold Stake there on October 1st in Summerside in 156-4. She's a nice filly, and she's another one of those ones that has been chasing the top fillies in the Maritimes and been right there all season long, as she has picked up a few wins in the stake races. So really in here, 3-5 right now on the board. I'm not sure if I would play her at those odds in this kind of field, but she's definitely a talented filly who can get the job done.
Yeah, she's my 3rd choice, and I like that she's a strong closer, and she wired from Truro Post 7 last June 11th. For Corey McPherson, so that's interesting too. She no longer has Corey McPherson, but she does have Jason Hughes and a better post position to work with. Redland Miss Pretty is now on your screen. Patrick Shepard driving this one for Kyle Williams, and also coming in after a win at Summerside back on October 17th.
Yeah, she won against the age competition there at the non-winners at 10:01 last 5 on October 17th in Summerside, where she cut the numbers at a post position 4 and 1 in 2 minutes and 2/5. This is a filly in here that definitely has a chance to pick up some pieces. She was 3rd in a Lady Slipper Gold Stake, 3 starts down. She does have a win in an Atlantic Sire Stakes A division back on August 26th at North Sydney in 157-2. So Patrick Shepard in here for Kyle Williams. Patrick has driven her a lot. I think she's another one with a good chance. You're getting 7-1 on her right now, and she could be upset-minded.
The question mark I have there with her is the same that I had with the Vicar, of stepping up into stakes action again. Now, she's been in stakes before, but her last win was in a non-stakes event at Summerside on the 17th. So she may step up again. She looks a little more front-end loving than some of the others. There is late speed in here. And here's JJ Amelia for Mark Campbell.
Yeah, JJ Amelia in here, another one at 7-1 here for Mark Campbell and owner and trainer Jared Perot. She has raced in some stakes competition, hasn't been very successful this year, though she's definitely possibly an outsider looking in, racing against the other 5 fillies in here, but she could pick up some pieces. She does show some strong charted miles and a record of 158-3 taken this year at Summerside, so 7-1 I think is maybe too low odds for her, but she does definitely have a chance to get into the exotics.
And Mark Campbell had a winner from Post 5 in Race 4, sending payback to his first Truro victory just a couple of races ago. And Race 6 is going behind the gate here, the Carlin Marg Mackenzie Memorial for for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. Good luck.
3-year-old fillies now lining up behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race number 6 of the afternoon. The Carl and Marg McKenzie Memorial Stake for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Purse of $14,672. Salisbury Abbey, Woodmere Jade, Redland Miss Pretty, Rosetown Mary, JJ Amelia, and Rock and Roll K's. They're off and pacing. Redland Miss Pretty firing off the wings of the gate to grab the early lead. Down at the rail, that's Salisbury Abbey to get away in the pocket. Settling out the rail, Woodmere Jade in 3. Then next in line from 4, that's Rosetown Mary. Back in 5, Rock and Roll K's. The early trailer is J.J. Amelia. On through the backstretch for the first time as they approach the opening quarter. Up and out of the pocket, Salisbury Abbey now will take charge as they arrive at that opening panel. Giving way is Redland Miss Pretty to sit in the pocket second. And looking at it from 3, and the early going is Woodmere Jade. Still back there at the rail in 4 is Rosetown Mary. The 5th one is J.J. Amelia. And gapped out at the back of the field, that is J.J. Amelia. 28 seconds was the opening quarter. They swing off the turn, single file, as they race in front of the grandstand for time 1, approaching the half. Out front, it's Salisbury Abbey leading the way past the half. Second is Redland Miss Pretty at the rail. Woodmere Jade is third. Now the first to sacrifice. Here comes Rosetown Mary in the first over slot, 4th. Following cover on the outside, Rock and Roll Cage from 5, and still gapped at the back is J.J. Amelia. 58-2 was the half. Onto the Redland Farms backstretch final time. Salisbury Abbey, the one to catch. Outside, grinding it out first over. Rosetown Mary up to second. At the rail, Redland Miss Pretty dropping back third. Second over in 4. That's Rock and Roll K's. 5th at the rail, Woodmere Jade. They arrive at the 3/4. Salisbury Abbey is still the leader. Now dropping into the pocket is Rosetown Mary. Left uncovered now 3rd is Rock and Roll K's at the rail in 4 is Redland Miss Pretty. They race past the 7/8 and off the top turn. 127-2 was the 3/4. Salisbury Abbey is still holding the lead. Half a length on the outside is Rock and Roll K's. Into the passing lane is Rosetown Mary. Rosetown Mary in the passing lane outside Salisbury Abbey. Rosetown Mary's winning streak continues at 5. Up to win it by 3 parts of a length. Salisbury Abbey and Rock and Roll K's was third. Mile at 156 4/5. Back in the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure, the winner of the filly division of the Carl and Margaret Mackenzie Memorial Stake, number 4, Rosetown Mary. A daughter of Peng Shui, out of the Modern Art Dam, Brody's Leona. Was bred by Carrie and Emily Taylor along with Lisa Richards. Carrie and Emily Taylor also share ownership of this filly with Lisa Richards and Taylor McPherson. Corey McPherson trains and drives Rosetown Mary. 5 in a row for Rosetown in 156-4. Trackside, Truro Raceway GM Steve Fitzsimmons, along with racing analyst Grady Hashi, making the blanket presentation to the connections of Rosetown Mary, winner of the filly division of the Carl and Margaret Mackenzie Memorial Stake. Race 6 is now official. 1 Salzburg Abbey was second, 2 Woodmere Jade fifth, 3 Redland Miss Pretty fourth. 4 Rosetown Mary the winner, 5 JJ Amelia was sixth, and 6 Rock and Roll K's finished third. Fractions were 28, 58-2, 127-2. In the mile for Rosetown Mary, 156 4/5. Rechecking from the top, 254, 163. 416 try in race 6, 1650. 41 exactor, 690. $1 super. 4163 combination, 2135. Up next, race 7, second division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old pacing colts. 5 starters, no program changes, with post time in 6 minutes.
Race 6 is complete, and the handicappers had it right. A generous win price there. I can't believe it. $450 for Rosetown Mary. That's fantastic.
Yeah, Rosetown Mary, she's been ultra sharp lately, and she was able to get that done. A little bit of a tactical move. She went first up, and then when the pocket opened up for her to slide in and take some cover, she did, and went up the inside for trainer-driver Corey McPherson. Very impressive. Rosetown Mary, 5 in a row.
156 and 4 as well, the fastest mile of the day, we were saying. And Salzbrook Abbey was very good too, cutting most of that mile. So
Yeah.
2 great fillies and a nice stretch drive there going to Rosetown Mary. And by the way, we have a survivor update. After race 5, going into race 6, 52 players were remaining, so we'll have an update soon on last race. But 52 of the original 74 players on survivor were continuing to move on. Oh, I have a race 6 update. 51 remain.
Okay.
51 going into race 7 for survivor, playing for an HPI credit of $100, which is always a great prize. You can wager on any track. So we have race 7 here, the Phil Pinckney Memorial for the 2-year-old male pacers.
Yeah, race 7 in here. This is a good group of colts who have seen a lot of stakes action this year. And, you know, this field, only 5 of them to go to the gate, but we look at our selections on the board. We all have the 2 somewhere in here, myself and Sugar Doe. We like the 2 Southfield Patrick on top. Mel, you went on a different angle. You went to the 3 Harry Holmes, who I like for 3rd, and Sugar likes for 2nd.
I think it is a small field, but it is really a competitive one, and looking at why I selected Harry Holmes, I think he shows steady improvement for Gilles Barriot, and he just missed on Sunday in a sloppy Maritime Breeders' Stake at Charlottetown, closing in the field's fastest last quarter, 28 and 4. So often that means good things. It's disputed by some people, but I still find if the horse closed fastest of all in their last race, it often holds up as an indicator of a future really good performance. And Southfield Patrick is a must-use as well. I see the favoritism has shifted back to Harry Holmes while I'm talking, so thanks for tuning in, folks. Southfield Patrick, he was 2nd with a pocket ride in his only Truro start, and that was back on July 21st in Atlantic Sire Stakes B action here, and he had a pocket trip Sunday at Charlottetown that produced a win. So I guess the argument is, did he trip out, or... You know, that kind of win takes a bit less work usually. Yeah,
he seems to be improving every start. If you look at it for owner-trainer Danny Campbell, Corey McPherson drives. He hadn't seen a whole lot of stakes action. He did pick up a check in an Atlantic Sire Stakes A division earlier on in the season. Then he stuck to sort of the grassroots. He did win a Joe O'Brien grassroots on August 27th in 158 and 4. And but lately he's been ultra sharp, coming out that Maritime Breeders win in 202 and 2. He seems to be getting sharp at the right time. So right now you're getting 6 to 5 on him as the horses head out on the track for post parade.
Two-year-old colts now on parade for today's 7th race. It's the 2nd division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial. They'll compete for a purse of $7,580. Here's the field. Number 1 is Roll Your Coin. Trained by Mike McGuigan for owners Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley. Mark Campbell will drive. From post 1, Roll Your Coin. 2 is Southfield Patrick, owned and trained by Danny Campbell. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Number 3 in the field is Harry Holmes, trained by Larry Snow. Larry co-owns with Henry Paswada. Gilles Barriot will catch drive. Paul Angel, the trainer and driver of number 4, Dusty Lane Tito, owned by Debbie Francis. The 5 is Sword from the Stone, Orville Willis, Blair Sweet, and Gordy McCollum, trained by Don Sweet, and driven by Miles Heffernan. That's the field for the 7th, second division, the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old Pacing Colts. Post time in 3 minutes. The winning number in today's 50-50 draw is worth $808. Winning number 4315788. 4315788 for $808.
We're looking at the current second choice in race 7, the Phil Pinckney Memorial for the 2-year-old male pacers. This is my top selection, Harry Holmes and Gilles Barrio for trainer Lawrence Snow. And I like the direction that this gelding is going in. He keeps improving in his last 2, and he had a sloppy track last time, still gaining ground late in a fast last quarter of 28-4 at Charlottetown on the 22nd.
Yeah, Harry Holmes in here. I like his chances for sure. He's 6-5 right now as the second choice. His last start in the Maritime Breeders, he was second, only beaten 3/4 of a length by Jackie's Boy in 2 minutes and 4/5. He does have a win at 3 back in the PEI Colt Stakes division on September 9th in 2:01 flat. Before that, he had been racing fairly well. He did win an Atlantic Sire Stakes B division back at Summerside on July 13th there. So he's a nice colt in here. Gets Gilles Barrio in the bike for the 3rd start in a row. So very interested to see in a small field going from the middle what he can do. He's currently the second choice now at even money.
Yeah, it's kind of back and forth between Southfield Patrick, the 2, and Harry Holmes, the 3. The wagering public going back and forth on those 2, and the track handicappers are also doing the same. There goes Southfield Patrick now in the other direction. Corey McPherson winning the last race here, and this one he's your choice, right? He looks good off those 2 wins.
Yeah, Southfield Patrick in here at 4-5. I'm interested to see what this colt can do next year because he seems to be coming on at the end of this season, so he's one that I'll pay attention to come next year in the Atlantic Sire Stakes ranks. Corey McPherson having a fantastic year in the race bike. Gets in the bike in here for owner-trainer Danny Campbell for back-to-back wins, as I mentioned before that, and 5 wins so far on 12 starts. It really seems like the horse has been well placed by his trainer. He's raced him where he can do best, and so I believe that looking at that, especially off that last win, that he has a very good chance in here. He's now even money as him and Harry Holmes continue to exchange favoritism.
Yeah, he has been a strong force at Northside Downs, and then he stepped up on August 27th in the O'Brien Gold at Summerside to win for Corey McPherson. So he's a real factor here. I think I had hoped Harry Holmes would bring a price, but he's the favorite at 4-5. So here's Sword from the Stone with Miles Heffernan walking in the infield. This one trained by Donald Sweet and a 3rd place finisher last Sunday in the Maritime Breeders at Charlottetown.
Yeah, Sword from the Stone in here. Here's another son of Arthur Blue Chip in here. Has a good chance for sure in the Maritime Breeders. He was 3rd, beaten 10 lengths in 2:02 and 3. He's raced very well. 9 starts this year. 5 seconds and 2/3. He's looking for that maiden breaking score. It's going to be tough to break his maiden in here in this kind of field. He's 18-1 right now as the longest shot on the board, but he can't be counted out in the exactors or your tries up here for Miles Heffernan. 19-1 now on Sword from the Stone.
He's keeping him calm in the infield, though, and he's got that Shady Daisy bridle on, so I guess he likes to look around a bit, and this calmness is a good sign from Sword from the Stone. There's Dusty Lane Tito, the TruroRaceway based from Paul Angel's stable with Paul driving.
Yeah, Dusty Lane Tito comes in here. He ended up being scratched due to the bridge being closed in the Maritime Breeders in his most recent start, which how unfortunate when you're going for 17,000. but that's just life in the Maritimes, I guess you could
High-sided
say.
vehicles, yeah.
But yeah, Dusty Lane Tito, I've liked this colt. He's raced really well. He did win PEI Colt Stakes down there on August 6th in 158-3. His last start, he was 5th in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. He didn't get a very good trip whatsoever. He had post 7, got away last, but still was able to make up enough ground to finish 5th in 2 minutes and 3/5. Paul Langell is the trainer and the driver on this horse. I like his chances in here today. But it's going to be tough to beat those two just to the inside of him. But right now you're getting a 10-1 on him. That's Dusty Lane Tito.
I think he has a bit more maturing to do before he catches up to those top pair. The 1 is scratched. Roll Your Coin has been scratched, so this is a field of 4 now. That is a late scratch. So the favorite at the moment has become Harry Holmes again from post 3, 1-4 now. This is his 3rd consecutive start for Gilles Barrio. And we're looking at Sword from the Stone again in the infield, 18-1. He remains the longest shot on the board, but he's keeping calm, and this is a horse who can close. He missed by a head 2 starts ago at Summerside on the 10th for Dave Dowling, and this is Miles Heffernan's first drive on him, I believe, from the lines here. It's his first pari-mutuel drive with Sword from the Stone, so that could be a winning team.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. He is waiting for that maiden breaking score. Whether he'll get it today, we're not sure, but 17-1, so there is some value there.
He's been second like 5 times in 9 starts. You know, he's definitely got the resume, and he's been on the outside a lot for different drivers. So he hasn't raced at Truro before either, except back on July 21st in Atlantic Sire Stakes Gold. That was the 1 start here, and he was 4th, but you know, later in the season, I find sometimes with the young horses, you see a shift in the ones that were really good early on or in the heat of the summer. They taper off, and others come on who might not have even raced until September or something if they were slower maturing. So these are just 2-year-olds. Some of them are on the improve, and others might be taking time off soon and just waiting, growing a little over the winter and coming back at 3.
Yeah, well, it's only natural with these young horses. I mean, if you look at it, these are basically 10-year-old children.
Yeah,
in a way,
yeah,
you know?
good
so,
point.
So these horses, they're getting tired towards this time of the year, and you know they want to see a bit of a green pasture if they can for a little while before snow comes, and you know get back into training in January. So I'd imagine for the majority of these young horses racing today, this is their last start of the season. Before they head into a little bit of off-season time to just, you know, be a horse and then, you know, get a little feral and then come back and go to work more mature and with a lot more ambition.
Absolutely. So we're looking at the odds still here with Harry Holmes on top. They'll be going behind the gate very shortly for the Phil Pinckney Memorial 2-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings stake. Exactor and Triactor wagering here, and this is your last chance to get on board. Note that there is no late pick 4 here. There is no pick 4 today. We had a pick 5 that I think everybody hit earlier, so congratulations if you're one of the many, and maybe try your luck with Exactor and Triactor here in race 7.
We had a late lame scratch here in the 7th race. The 1 entry, Roll Your Coin, a late scratch lame. Two-year-old colts are now in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. Seventh race, top of the stretch. Phil Pinckney Memorial, 2-year-old Pacing Colt Division, $7,580. Southfield Patrick, Harry Holmes, Dusty Lane Tito, and Sword from the Stone. We're off and pacing. Southfield Patrick in at the rail is a way to grab the early lead. Backing off on the outside, Harry Holmes will take a seat in the pocket, followed by Dusty Lane Tito in 3, and Sword from the Stone will be the fourth one into the Red Lamb Farms backstretch for the first time as they head to the opening quarter. Southfield Patrick on the front end is out there by a length and a half. On the pocket sitting Harry Holmes. Looking at it from 3, that's Dusty Lane Tito, and Sword from the Stone is sitting at the back of the field there in 4th. They're single file now as they race on over to the 3/8. Out front and setting the early tempo, that's Southfield Patrick, still a length and a half to the good. On Harry Holmes, the quarter was 29 and 2/5 seconds. Dusty Lane Tito in at the rail. Patiently sits 3rd and back in 4. That's Sword from the Stone. Still no change as the 2-year-olds check in at the midway point. Southfield Patrick unchallenged on the front end, continuing to show the way as they head on to the 5/8. Harry Holmes is content in the pocket with Dusty Lane Tito, the 3rd one. And still back in the trailing spot, Sword from the Stone in 4. They were past the half in a minute and 4/5 seconds on to the backstretch, heading on to the 3/4. And it's Southfield Patrick holding the lead, staying in the pocket. Harry Holmes out first over. Here comes Dusty Lane Tito. And looking to the outside from 4 is Sword from the Stone. The 2-year-olds head now to the 7/8. And Southfield Patrick now being challenged on the outside by Dusty Lane Tito. Harry Holmes in at the rail is gapping out a bit there in the pocket 3rd. And 4th is Sword from the Stone. Off the turn and into the lane now for the final time. And Southfield Patrick is drawn clear by 3. And Southfield Patrick will win the second Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake here in gate-to-wire fashion over Harry Holmes and Sword from the Stone. Mile pasted 1:59 and 1/5. Now back to the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure. The 7th race winner, number 2, Southfield Patrick. 2-year-old bay colt by Arthur Blue Chip. The Western Paradise Dam, Southfield Sophie. It was bred by Southfield Farms. Now owned and trained by Danny Campbell of Lingan. Corey McPherson in the bike for the winning drive. Southfield Patrick winning the 2nd division of the Phil Pinckney Memorial for 2-year-old pacing colts in 1:59 and 1/5. Race 7 is official. 1 was scratched. 2, Southfield Patrick, the winner. 3, Harry Holmes was second. 4, Dusty Lane Tito finished fourth, and 5, Sword from the Stone third. 29 and 2 the quarter, half a minute 4/5, 3/4, and 1:30 and 4. The mile for Southfield Patrick, 1:59 and 1/5. Top down, scratched, 1, 2, 4, 3. 2-3-5 try in race 7, 12 knotty, 2-3 exactor, 6:30. Looking ahead to the 8th race, no changes in race 8, with post time in less than 6 minutes.
Race 7 goes to Southfield Patrick and Corey McPherson. Corey McPherson back-to-back, and a nice win on the front end for Southfield Patrick. Another Arthur Blue chip here, 159 and 1, and you were right. And Harry Holmes just looked a little tired. He was gapping a little there, just didn't have the same kick at the end that I thought he might have. But
yeah, Southfield Patrick is just getting better and better. And hopefully he has a good offseason, because he will definitely be a major player at the 3-year-old ranks next year.
And I expect we'll see Harry Holmes as well, so
Yes.
they can renew that battle in the 3-year-old season. So race 8 here, exactor triactor wagering. We depart from Stakes Company, but this is a very good field of 5. And who did you go with, Grady?
I went to the rail sitter in here, Rusty Riley, for driver Paul Langell. I like his chances right now. You're getting 8-5. Sugar Doyle agrees with me on Rusty Riley, one of those old campaigners here, this chestnut 12-year-old. He's been racing well. His last start at Summerside, he never really got a chance. He was going at a post 8 at the non-winners at 12:51, got away 8th. Ended up finishing 7th in 1:59, but he has raced really strong this year, once again making over 7,000 and a record of 1:57 and 4 this year. He's just a classy old horse, and I think that this condition fits him fairly well, and him along with his stablemate Havarti have raced the most out of any horses recently, so I like him on top.
I like both of them in my triactor. But I went with Lady in Paradise on top, and some people will scratch their head. She is 15 to 1. She hasn't raced since September 17th, but she's a strong closer, and she was a winner here at 42 to 1 on September 3rd. She gets major class relief, and she has a strong record for catch driver Craig Carey. So that's my thinking. I might box this ticket. I love Havarti as well. She gets the steepest class drop here on the return to Truro. She's the fastest winner this year in this field, and it took a lifetime mark here last November 13th to open up late for Paul Langell. And then Rusty Riley, he gets post relief, but he just has one win here at Truro this season, and that was at a lower level on the front end back on May 21st. So you have to factor in, I guess, with all of those horses, like they're dropping down or getting a better post, and then who gets the trip here today? So that's the question for me. I would look at boxing a ticket this race big time. I would not be playing any of these as a straight ticket, but that's my thought. Do you have a really strong feeling about Rusty Riley?
I don't know if I have necessarily a strong feeling. I think this is a very competitive field of 5. His stablemate Havarti picks up the driving services of Corey McPherson, so it'll be really interesting to see what he can do with her. She's raced solid all year long. And then, you look at a horse like Dusty Lane Sebastian, who's been racing well. His last start in Summerside at the Nomers 851, he was third in 157 and 4. He's raced well all season long right here at Truro Raceway, so it's really tough to say. This is a competitive field of 5, but I did lean towards the rail horse Rusty Riley for sure.
And then the morning line, 5-2, that's the stablemate, Havarti, with McPherson for Paul Angel. So a lot of divided opinion here, but similar horses with the exception of Lady in Paradise, who she's been underrated before, and she's faced much tougher here this season. If you look who she's been in against, you might think she's a little better than the 18-1 suggests.
Yeah.
They're heading out for the post parade now for race 8.
Entries on the track for the 8th race. Post parade, number 1 is Rusty Riley by Chantal Angel and Dana Ghetto. Paul Angel drives to Dusty Lane Sebastian, owned by Cameron McCacken with Ernie Laughing-Up. Corey McPherson driving for post 3, Havarti for Chantal Angel. Lady in Paradise is the 4, owned by Dave Carey, Craig Carey, and Ron Garland. Craig will drive. And the 5 is HF Jesse James. Well, Leslie and Linda Parker. Kenny Parker in the sulky. That's the field for race 8. 5 starters going behind the gate in 3 minutes.
And race 8 is coming up next. A very talented field of 5, I think. And the betting board is leaning towards Rusty Riley. I don't think that it's that clear cut. Not for me, anyway.
See, with Rusty Riley, I like one thing that stuck out was getting the rail in here. And this is maybe a little bit of class relief for the horse. He's raced tough all season long. And he does like to cut the numbers, as he showed that in his last win, which was at Woodstock, where he left from post 5, went straight to the front, and cut the numbers to win in 159 and 2 very easily that day. So I like him in here. But there's your top choice, 15-1, the longest shot on the board right now, and that's the 4, Lady in Paradise.
I'll take it. I mean, in a field like this, with a 4-5 shot from the rail, I would rather look somewhere else, and she has upset at a big number in her earlier win this season that I mentioned. That was one of the higher priced winners this year at Truro Raceway, and she's very capable, this free-legged mare. She was a 42-1 upset on September 3rd, and she is down in class, so she's faced a lot tougher than this, and I just like her chances for that reason. She's always in the hunt. If you look, she's always closing, or she's always getting up at the end, and I just do like her chances because she's not having to face the likes of New Shooter or Lobel Bruiser, Good Friday 3. These are some of the winners in fields that she's been up against this year. So.
Yeah, a Lady in Paradise in here. I think that she's just where she hasn't raced since September 17th. It wouldn't surprise me if she maybe came up a little bit flat. But it's going to be tough to say in here where, you know, the majority of these other horses have raced more recently. You know, they probably are a little bit tighter and more ready for today's race.
I agree with that angle. I think that coming in from a race is good, but I don't know that shipping in is always best for the horse either. I like a horse that's stabled at a place sometimes, and she is based here. So, and Dave Carey gets them ready, so I think she's all right. I like her across the board. There's Havarti. Another popular, she's a popular selection here, relatively speaking, 9-5. Corey McPherson catch drives for Paul Langell, and she's got some class relief too coming in from Summerside, where she raced on the 24th.
Yeah, Havarti gets in here. Corey McPherson will catch drive today. She was in the Fillies and Mares Preferred 3 2 starts ago at Charlottetown, where she was beaten fifth length. 5 lengths in 157, and for the start before that she was a winner in Summerside at 156 and 2. This is a mare that has a lot of talent. She has over 7,000 made this year and a record of 156 and 2, which was taken 3 starts ago, as I just mentioned. And she's battled some tough mares all year long and some tough horses. So you know, I think that this class suits her pretty well. 9-5 right now on her. I think that that's a fairly fair price.
Yeah, the thing I hold against her a little is she has very few wins. She had 1 win last year in 21 tries. So sometimes I find their mentality is that they won't pass horses, or, you know, they get in that set in their ways, finishing place or show. So that I consider a little bit of a strike against Havarti. I love the Corey McPherson catch drive. He's going for 3 in a row now here, so that works to her advantage, and she's looking calm out there.
And here's Rusty Riley, my top selection on the screen right now. Ken Murphy just did the post-parade as Paul Langell was occupied warming up a starter of his later today. So Rusty Riley there. I think he's got a really good chance, as I mentioned, and I did mention that win there back in Woodstock. He's just a classy old horse. As you see, Ken Murphy passed the reins over to Paul Langell for the drive. So Rusty Riley, he's the oldest horse in the field, and I think he's got a really good chance today, 3-5.
I like him, but he did get beat from the rail at Summerside on the 17th, so I hold that against him slightly. He was a beaten favorite that race, and he didn't get a chance to come back as a successful beaten favorite on the 24th because he had post 8 at Summerside, which just wasn't going to work out for him. So he is a front-end loving horse, and we'll see if he can get it done from the rail. He's 3-5 top choice. Last chance to wager, race 8, going behind the gate. Good luck.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate moving up into position for race 8. It's post time. Eighth race, top of the stretch. Rusty Roddy, Dusty Lane Sebastian, Havarti, Lady in Paradise, and HF Jesse James. They're off and pacing. Rusty Roddy in at the rail is a way to grab the early lead. On the outside, Havarti is leaving second. Crossing over Lady and Paradise. We'll take a talkie in 3. Getting away in the 4 spot as they head by the opening 8th. HF Jesse James and off stride. At the back of the field is Dusty Lane Sebastian. They continue on to the Redland Farms backstretch for the first time. Up front And leading the way, that is Havarti. On the front end, a length and a half the margin on the pocket sitter, Rusty Roddy. Tied up, looking at it from 3 is Lady in Paradise. Back to HF Jesse James in 4. Gapped out and trailing is the breaker, Dusty Lane Sebastian. No change, midway around the upper turn. And out front, Havarti continuing to chart the path. The lead now 2, Rusty Roddy in pursuit. Second, Lady in Paradise sits at the rail in 3. Back in 4, HF Jesse James. And endeavoring to catch the field from the back, Dusty Lane Sebastian, 29 and 4/5 was that initial quarter as they traveled into the lower turn. Still no change in the front end. Havarti still the leader as they head to the Redland Farms backstretch for the final time. They paced the half in a minute and 4/5 seconds. Rusty Roddy patiently sits in the pocket. Still tied up there is Lady in Paradise in 3. Gapping out a bit. 4th is HF Jesse James. And looking to the outside from 5, Dusty Lane Sebastian. They're midway down the backstretch for the final time. Havarti still on the front end with Rusty Roddy staying in the pocket second. Now to the outside it goes Lady in Paradise in 3. Then back to HF Jesse James. And off stride once again at the back is Dusty Lane Sebastian. An 8th left to pace as they continue off the top turn. They're led home by Havarti with Rusty Roddy tracking second in the pocket outside. That's Lady in Paradise. 1:31 and 1 was 3/4. On through the stretch they come. It's Havarti in the passing lane. Rusty Roddy. Havarti will prevail by a neck. Rusty Roddy second. Third is Lady in Paradise. Mile in 2 minutes 4/5. Back in the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure, number 3, Havarti, 5-year-old bay daughter of Better Than Cheddar. Son of the Yankee Cam Dam, Maiden Heaven. Bred and owned by Chantal Langell of Truro, trained by Paul Langell. For Corey McPherson, that's the natural driving hat trick. 3 in a row for Corey. Havarti, 2 minutes 4/5. Race 8 is official. 1 Rusty Roddy, second. 2 Dusty Lane Sebastian, fifth. 3 Havarti, the winner. 4 Lady in Paradise, third. 5 HF Jesse James, fourth. Fractions were 29 and 4, a minute 4 fifths, 131 and 1 in the mile for Havarti, 2 minutes 4 fifths. Rechecking, top down, 25134. 314 try in race 8, 24.80. The exactor 3-1 return 640. Ninth race up next. Driver change for the 4 Whistland Cricket. Make it Craig Carey. And 5 Boys Turn. Changing bridles. Closed to open. 6 starters for race 9 with post time in 6 minutes.
I think the angle there was play Corey McPherson.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Third in a row after Southfield Patrick, Rosetown Mary, and now Havarti got her 11th lifetime win and had Corey McPherson catch driving for Paul Langell there. Out-sprinted Rusty Riley and Lady in Paradise.
Yeah, it's sort of one of those things when a driver gets hot, you just continue. You get that first win, then that second, you just keep on rolling. So Corey McPherson now 3 in a row on the day. So and we'll see him in the Diamond Classic later with a very nice horse in Chip of Evil.
Something to consider, the driver there. And I wanted to give a survivor update here before they get away from me too much. We've had some attrition. So race 7, there were 48 players remaining going into that. And now, after race 8, 43 remain. So if you're one of those 43 still going in Survivor, good luck. It's a 12-race card. You've still got some tough sledding ahead, although there are 2 massive favorites who I think everybody's going to survive 2 of the next 4 races on the card. But moving on to race 9 here, this one is not quite so easy. 6 horses who are lighter on wins than some of them in the subsequent races. And I was really torn here. I did end up putting the Yin Yang on top, and then I somehow also made Camco Willow my spot play of the day. So I guess that means an exactor box. That's the only way I can interpret my own thinking there. I see you also turned to Camco Willow.
Yeah, Camco Willow in here. She was scratched in her last start from Inverness due to weather, but the start before that she was 5th in 203 and 2 at Inverness. But really, before she left Truro, she was racing well. She had 2 wins there, including a lifetime record of 156 and 4 back 4 starts ago now with Paul Langell in the bike. Paul has not driven her since, but now he gets back in the bike today. So I'm just going to use that angle and hope for the best. She's right now 18 to 1, so I'm loving that price.
It's a strong angle. People are betting Don't Stand in My Way from the rail. I know that I was told by Helen and Zachary Landry his chances are good. And I was also told that Charles O'Connor, the trainer of Don't Stand in My Way, has a birthday coming up. So happy birthday to Charles O'Connor. If Don't Stand in My Way, the third choice of 3 of us, gets up for a win today, that would be a nice gift. But Camco Willow at that price, very enticing. Sugar's top choice, and your place horse is on top of the odds board right now at 3 to 5. Boys Turn. bridle change here too, close to open.
Yeah, Boy's Turn comes in here. This horse has done fairly well since getting claimed by the Renaissance. Hasn't missed a check. As his last start, he was second in Summerside in 159 and 1, beaten 7.5 lengths. 4 down, he was a winner in 157 and 4 with Darren Crow on that day. Todd Trites gets in the bike. We'll see what he can do. Hasn't finished out of the top 2 since he was claimed by the Renaissance. He's in for claims for $5,000 today, so we'll see. Boy's Turn 3 to 5 right now.
Yeah, in a deep group, I left him out. I thought he was getting to be one of those horses who gets the place money a lot. I lean towards the Yin Yang, and again, I'm back with Camco Willow. I have to box these two. The Yin Yang on the outside with Darren Crow driving. This horse really, after showing little in his first couple of starts here, really came alive. Here's the post parade. Check it out yourself. Race 9.
Starters in today's 9th race, now on the track and parading. Race 9 is a $5,000 claiming event. From post 1, Don't Stand in My Way. Chuck O'Connor, Zach and Helen Landry. Keith Legg drives. Paul Angel will catch drive from post 2, Camco Willow, owned by Pam Moore. Carl Eisner at the lines of 3, Kiddim Image for owner Calvin Eisner. Heather Gaddy, Gail Skellhorn, Margaret Hobson, and Gloria Carey share the ownership of number 4, Westland Cricket. Note the driver change to Craig Carey. Post 5 in the field belongs to Boy's Turn, owned by Aidan Ferrish and Nick Fleming. Todd Trites at the controls. And Darren Crow sits behind the 6th, the Yin Yang, for owners Dave Settle, Wally Cameron, and Anthony Rapshaw. That's the field of 6 for the 9th, post time in 3.
Here is the Yin Yang from post 6. Parading for Darren Crow. He has really come alive, as I was saying before the post parade, and he did well for Todd Trites and for Kyle DeRoche in the Pinckney Gamester Cup here. This, I think, is his most recent debut for Darren Crow. I don't know if he's raced for him in recent times, has he?
No, I don't think he's raced for Darren Crow since coming to Truro, but so far since he arrived at Truro, he's raced pretty well. He was 3rd in his last start at Inverness for Zach Mullins in the driver's seat, but he does have a win 3 down where Todd tried to put him on the front and went wire to wire by 10.5 lengths in 158 flat. That was a very impressive win from there. You're getting 8 to 1 on the board right now, which is pretty good odds for him.
That's a really good price at his best. And again, it's late season. Some of them, they're struggling to keep that early season form or the form they had in the summer. But at his best, he wins again, and his wins have been going away. They've been very strong here at Truro since he had his issues resolved. I think he was sick earlier on, and then he had a broken hobble one race, and he just had some bad luck. But he's found his way since then, and he's, like you said, coming in from a decent race at Inverness. So the Yin Yang, 7 to 1. That's a great price. The odds have dropped on Camco Willow, and she was my spot play selection. I guess I was indecisive. I played against myself somehow in the program, but I just bought an exactor and I boxed her with the Yin Yang. She's still 4-1, dropping dramatically from the 17-1 that we saw a little earlier. 3 wins this year, and she could get it done again for Paul Langell, I think.
Yeah, Camco Willow comes in here for Paul Langell, and the last time these two paired up, they did win in 156-4 off the front at a post position 5, and they paid well that day. They were 875 on the board. Right now, you're getting 4-1 on her. Nice mare in here, Camco Willow and Paul Langell reunited, so very interested to see what they can do.
And she actually took her lifetime mark when she was up in class here at Truro this year, too, 156-4. So Camco Willow coming in strong. She had a driver change, and then her luck changed. But back with Paul might work to her advantage. Here's Don't Stand in My Way for trainer Charles O'Connor, who's celebrating his birthday Tuesday. Driver Keith Legg, who's really had a good year.
Yeah, Keith Legg gets in here. He's had a very good year in his rookie year driving. He's definitely become a force to be reckoned with on the track. Charles O'Connor is the co-owner and trainer along with Zach and Helen Landry. This horse won 2 starts ago at Inverness with Keith Legg in the bike in 2:02 and 2. His last start he was 3rd at the same classification in 2:02 and 3, beaten by Mr. Saturday Night and Watt Mocks Me Win. But Don't Stand in My Way off the rail. He should be able to get a good enough trip in here. Right now you're getting 5-2 on him.
The only thing I don't like about Don't Stand in My Way is if you look, he won from the outside posts. He has that hunting down horses mentality, maybe. I don't know. From the rail, it's got to be a little different. Here's Get 'em Image, and she can factor in quite a bit. Looks like she has the hobbles on today. She was racing free-legged earlier this season, and they put them on again for a qualifier here on the 13th. She was scratched when the causeway was closed there on the 22nd, so didn't race at Inverness. So this is actually her first start since the 26th of September at Summerside, and that was a problematic start. Had a break, pulled up DNF, so not coming in with the strongest recent lines. That's the concern for Get 'em Image.
Yeah, but she has raced pretty well. She did win in 159 there 3 starts ago, so she's a nice mare. We'll see what she can do in here. You're getting 12-1.
And we'll send it to Joe Kelly for race 9. Good luck.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving for the 9th race. It's post time. Race 9, top of the stretch, has Don't Stand in My Way, Camco Willow, Get 'em Image, Westland Cricket, Boys Turn, and the Yin Yang. They're off and pacing from the outside. The Yin Yang is leaving quickly. In out the rail. That is Don't Stand in My Way. Those two will battle for the early lead as they head on to the opening 8th, taking a seat in 3. Here's Camco Willow, caught on the outside. Boys Turn is 4th. 5th inside is Get 'em Image, and the early trailer, that is Whistling Cricket. Into the Redland Farms backstretch for the first time and taking over. That is the Yin Yang. Don't Stand in My Way will yield to sit second. Outside, advancing 3rd is Boys Turn. In at the rail, Camco Willow looks at it from 4. Then back 5th on the inside, we find Get 'em Image, and tipped to the outside from the back as they continue on over past the 3/8. That is Whistling Cricket. 28-2 was the quarter. on through the stretch. New leader up front. Boys Turn has taken over out there by 2.5 now as they approach the half. Back second is the Yin Yang, followed third on the outside, uncovered by Camco Willow. Staying at the rail in 4, Don't Stand in My Way. Fifth and angle to the outside. That is Kid Image and Whistling Cricket can see them all as they head to the backside. Final time. And they're led by Boys Turn. Outside and now taking over second. That is Camco Willow dropping back to third. The Yin Yang off the rail goes Don't Stand in My Way from 4. Then Kid Image is fifth, and trailing is Whistling Cricket. 58 and a fifth was the half. They approach 3/4, and Boys Turn looking strong on the front end is out there clear by 3.5, 4 with Camco Willow racing second. Another gap of some 3 lengths. Back to the Yin Yang, who's trying to hang in there third. Outside fourth is Don't Stand in My Way. Then back to Kid Image and Whistling Cricket. 127 and 1 was the 3/4. It's all Boys Turn as they make the final turn. Is out there now by 6. On through the stretch they come. Boys Turn is going to win it here in the 9th race. Camco Willow is a safe second, and holding for third, that is the Yin Yang. Out at 157 and 2/5. The judge's inquiry here in the 9th race, looking at a possible pylon violation by 3 Kid Image on the last turn. Ninth race winner now backing the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure. Number 5 Boys Turn. 7-year-old gelding by Shadow Play. Owned by Aidan Ferrish of Summerside and Nick Fleming of Halifax. Trained by George Rendison. Todd Trites, the winning driver. Boys Turn. Pacing the mile at 157 and 2/5. Judges have determined that Kid Image was not in violation of the pylon rule. Race 9 is official. 1 Don't Stand in My Way, 4th. 2 Camco Willow, 2nd. 3 Kid Image finished 5th. 4 Whistling Cricket, 6. 5 Boys Turn the winner, and 6th the Yin Yang 3rd. Fractions were 28 and 2, 58 and 1, 127 and 1, the mile 157 and 2/5 for Boys Turn. Rechecking from the top, 425 613. 526 try in race 9, 39.80. 52 exactor, 1810, the $1 super. 5261 return 2180. Upcoming in the 10th race, bridle change for 5. Batter up Hanover. Taking off an open bridle hood with cups and going to a closed bridle. That's the field for the 10th. 5 starters, post time in 5. Carl Eisner, check with the paddock office, please.
And that was a successful post 5 win last race for Boys Turn. Opening up late, he clearly appreciated Todd Trites in the close to open bridle, and the wind at his back going down the stretch. If you've been out there, noticing that today too,
Yep.
Grady. If you're on the front end at the top of the stretch, it's a nice place to be today. You're being pushed home by that breeze. A 157 and 2 win for Boys Turn. So now we turn the page to race 10, and this is our top class pacers, and we welcome back Batter Up Hanover and American Risk, making this an exciting field of 5.
Yeah, Batter Up Hanover and American Risk in here, so it's awesome to see them back here racing. Obviously, the class of the field and Batter Up Hanover at 2 to 5 right now, American Risk at 3 to 4. And it's kind of funny in here. It's a 5-horse race, and 2 of them are trained by George Renison, and 2 of them are trained by Paul Langell. And, well, Rise and Horizon, the lone horse that is not trained by either one of the 2, you are a co-owner of,
He's a won't-back-down horse.
And is the third choice. So it appears we're going to see maybe a bit of a Langell Renison, then hopefully a Rise and Horizon, and then one of the other 2 finish at the bottom, as we all have 5-4-2.
We see it all the same way, it looks like. It's hard to disagree with Batter Up Hanover. 1 to 2 in the morning line, 2 to 5 in current wagering, with American Risk for place. Maybe Todd Trites is going to try to beat Batter Up Hanover this season. More wins for Batter Up Hanover, but it's interesting that American Risk is coming in off a win, whereas Batter Up Hanover is not.
Yeah, American Risk raced in Woodstock a few times, and he did win his last start very easily in 158 and 2 by 13.5 lengths. I unfortunately was the groom of a horse in that race, rolling doubles, and he finished fourth in that race. But it's really hard to chase horses like that, and you don't realize quite how dominant they are until you have to race against them yourself. But American Risk, he was very good that day. So I like him for second because Batter Up Hanover, to me, is he's raced so tough all year long.
It's just interesting to me, American Risk. He did win his last start for Todd Trites at Woodstock. We'll get to check them out here in the post parade. We'll send it to Joe Kelly.
Horses on the track and on parade here for the 10th race. Here's the field. Number 1 is Privilege. By Andrea Rendison, Aidan Farish, Robert Tate, and Peter Cotty. Miles Heffernan will do the catch driving. Darren Crow drives from post 2, Rise and Horizon for the Won't Back Down stable. The Well Did Horse Hunters Club hold the papers on 3. Well Did. Corey McPherson will catch drive. Todd Trites aboard the 4 entry American Risk for Risky Biz Group. To complete the field from post 5, Batter Up Hanover by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Doug Lowthers, and Chantel Langell with Paul Langell driving. That's the field of 5 for the 10th. Less than 3 minutes to post.
So we're taking a look at Batter Up Hanover on your screen. 2 to 5 right now from the outside post, but post 5 certainly not a disadvantage for this star who has won this year in 152 and 3 at Charlottetown, 6 wins and 18 starts, and he's coming home for the last day of the year at TruroRaceway.
Yeah, here, Batter Up Hanover, he's raced tough all year long. 18 starts so far this year, 6 wins at 3 seconds, 1/3, and over 21,000 made. This is a very classy horse in here for trainer-driver Paul Langell, and he's raced against Roll'em and B2B and Twin Be Tough Enough all year long, like super.
Invitational
yeah,
horses,
like you know, racing the invitationals week in and week out in the dead of summer in the heat, and you know, really put his best foot forward every time out. So you know, he gets into some cooler weather, which I'm sure maybe helps some horses, and a load of class relief. So 2 to 5 on him right now makes sense for sure. But yeah, Batter Up Hanover. It's good to see him back at TruroRaceway.
And it's unfortunate he couldn't race over in Charlottetown in the Preferred 1 class on last weekend because, again, they closed the Confederation Bridge to the high-sided vehicles, and unfortunately that meant horse trailers were not going over. So this is his first start after that October 8th Premier's Pace at Charlottetown. And, again, that was an invitational, and he had post 7, and that has not worked in his favor sometimes, these outside draws. He is the ongoing top choice for a reason and the morning line favorite for a reason. So welcome back, Batter Up Hanover, and welcome back, American Risk, another invitational circuit horse who's coming in after a win on a class drop, as we were just talking about, a going away win on the front end over the Real Princess, too. Like, that was not... a terrible field or anything. It was a small field, but she is definitely a top mare, and that was back on the 14th of October.
Yeah, right there at Woodstock. As I mentioned, I had a horse in the race myself. But 3 starts before that, he also won at Woodstock in 157 by 5 3/4 lengths. Mark Haig was in the bike on those days, but Todd Trites was in the bike the week before that on September 24th. In 2 minutes 2/5, very easy win as he had over a month off before that start. So it was a good start to get him back into shape, and then after that he really has raced well. That 7th place finish, if you look at the top 3, Rollum, Twinbee Toughenov, B2B, like that was a very tough group in the Premier's Pace final.
Definitely.
He gets back here into TruroRaceway. I could see him trying to work out a trip where if he's not cutting the numbers, he's right on Batter Up Hanover's back, waiting to pounce. So right now you're getting even money on him, American Risk, but definitely with a good chance in here to knock off Batter Up Hanover.
He looks very good, and we should note about Batter Up Hanover as well that there's a bridle change on him today. Open to closed, bridle off, hood with cups. So I don't know if that affects his strategy or performance today, but he's still a 1-4 on the board. And then American Risk is second choice at even money. I think it's good value. He has 5 wins, 14 starts this year, and he's fit that top class as well. He's been on the invitational circuit this year.
And here's a horse that you're awful familiar with, Horizon in here. This horse is another one who he's had a great year. He's really been a bit of a hidden gem of TruroRaceway this season. He's upset the top class multiple times. He won his last start in Inverness on October 22nd in 2 minutes and 2/5. Besides the top 2 in this race being American Risk and Batter Up Hanover, to me, he's the next best.
With a trip, if they really tired each other out or something, he has a remote chance to upset. He's pulled that in the top class here before at 42-1, so it's a possibility. Rise and Horizon has that sprint to him. He's still the fastest in Canada for the 3/4 mile distance on a half-mile track, so beware if anything happens up front, a speed show. He can pounce for regular driver Darren Crow. That was a nice win on the front end, though, for Keith Legg at Inverness. And here's Privilege.
Yeah, Privilege in here. I mean, really, all these horses have raced fantastic this year, and they're all classy horses. Privilege, Miles Heffernan gets in the bike, so he may decide to shake things up early on here. This horse does like being near the front, and with the rail, he could leave out of there. He's definitely going to be a factor in here for sure with Miles Heffernan. 29-1 right now, so maybe one to include in your exactors or triactors.
Well, they're headed for the start. Race 10, exactor, triactor, and no-show wagering. So last chance, good luck.
Field for the 10th, moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Tenth race, top of the stretch, has Privilege, Rise and Horizon, Well Did, American Risk, and Batter Up Hanover. They are off and pacing with American Risk, quick off the wings, inside Privilege, and from the outside, that's Batter Up Hanover. Away third, inside taking a seat, Rise and Horizon in 4, and fifth and trailing is Well Did. Into the Redland Farms backstretch for the first time, and Batter Up Hanover drives on the outside to take over the lead from American Risk. That's Privilege getting away in the 3 spot. Gap of 2.5 back to Rise and Horizon racing at a 4. And Well Did is 5th and trailing. Seating arrangements are complete as the field heads single file to the 3/8, led by Batter Up Hanover. That opening panel was 27 seconds flat. It's Batter Up Hanover out by 2.5. with American Risk in pursuit second. Then Privilege looks at it from 3 in the early going. Back 4th at the rail, Rising Horizon. And the 5th one is Well Did. No change. They're still single file as they make their way onto the lower turn. Out front, Batter Up Hanover is still the boss as they head on to the 5/8. That is American Risk getting the pocket journey. Privilege is pacing along 3rd, 4th, and staying in as Rising Horizon to the outside. Well Did from the back. 56-4 was the half. They approach 3/4. And Batter Up Hanover is still in control of the field. On the inside, staying in the pocket, American Risk. Gaining ground outside, Well Did up to 3rd. Now looking to the outside, Privilege from 4. And Rising Horizon is back trailing in 5, 1:26 and 2/3. Batter Up Hanover stepping it up on the front. Drawing out now by 2.5, 3. American Risk on the inside, second. Well Did is now back there, 3rd. Then Privilege and Rising Horizon on through the stretch. It's Batter Up Hanover to prevail here in the 10th race. Second is American Risk, and finishing 3rd, that's Well Did. Mile in 1:54 and 4/5. Tenth race winner now back in the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure. Number 5, Batter Up Hanover. 5-year-old Gallatin of betting line. Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Doug Lowthers, and Chantel Langell. Trained and driven by Paul Langell. For Paul, that's his second winning drive on today's program. Batter Up Hanover in 1:54 and 4/5. 10th race is official. 1 Privilege 5th, 2 Rise and Horizon 4th, 3 Well Did 3rd. 4 American Risk was 2nd, and 5 Batter Up Hanover the winner. Fractions were 27, 56 and 4, 126 and 2 in the mile for Batter Up Hanover, 154 and 4/5. Top down 5-4-3-2-1. 5-4-3 try in the 10th, 9-10, 5-4 exactor, 420. Up next, race 11, it's the $50,000 Diamond Classic for 2-year-old Maritime sired fillies. There's 7 fillies behind the gate for race 11, post time in 15 minutes.
And we're back after race 10, and that was as expected. Batter Up Hanover, hitting it out of the park one more time on the last race day at Truro this season. So congratulations to him and his connections. A good late run from American Risk, keeping it lively.
Yeah, 154 and 4 the mile time. Him and American Risk just tracked along the whole way. Well did raced really well today as well in that one. I was impressed with him in his 301st start. What a classy old horse that is.
You don't see many 12-year-olds going first over against Batter Up Hanover on the last turn like that.
But, you know, maybe there was a bit of a Corey McPherson effect there today. But, yeah, well did. He raced good for third. But Batter Up Hanover and American Risk, the two best horses based at TruroRaceway, and it was great to see them get to finish first and second. on the last day, just like they did on the first day.
Yeah, just fantastic that they're back from the invitational circuit. And now we introduce the highlight of the day, race 11, the Inglis Jewelers Diamond Classic. And this is our slots race. $50,000 purse, and this is for 2-year-old pacing fillies, maritime sired. And we are all looking to the 3. Good Morning Nova from a handicapping perspective.
Yeah, Good Morning Nova has really been coming on as of late. She's won her last 4 straight. She won the Maritime Breeders in her last start by a neck in 202 and 4. The start before that in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation, she won in 157 flat. In the Lady Slipper Gold, she was a winner in 156 and 1. It seemed like she had a lot of talent. Appeared to have a bit of sickness issue early on this season, and but since she got over that, she's been lights out. 9 starts, 6 wins, 1 second and 1 third, and the only start that she didn't finish in the top 3, she made a break at the start. So she's been really good. Jill Barrio gets in the bike for trainer Dwayne McCackern. We'll see what she can do, but I like her on top. But she's 7-2 right now. She's the 3rd choice on the board.
It's pretty amazing. It shows you the depth of this field. Chip of Evil leads right now, 6-5 top choice, and that could be the Corey McPherson influence. I think he's having such a strong day on this stakes-filled card at Truro, and Chip of Evil coming in off a win for him in the slop at Charlottetown last weekend, and she just looked very good there.
Yeah, she did, and that's another daughter of Arthur Bluechip, and as someone who works for a barn that recently purchased an Arthur Bluechip filly at the sale, it is very encouraging to see how strong the fillies are, as 5 of them in this race are by sire Arthur Bluechip, so that is just incredible, and Chip of Evil is one of them, and perhaps one of the best of them. So 9 starts this year, 7 wins, 2 seconds. She goes from post 2. Corey McPherson, we could see that Corey McPherson effect in here. He is her regular driver for trainer Eddie Doucette. When she first started going on a roll, I had noticed that Eddie Doucette did not have a slot for this race, and I thought this race must be one that he's pointing her towards. And sure enough, Chip of Evil is here, draws into post 2, 6-5 right now.
And she's never missed the top 2 in 9 career starts, and this a $50,000 purse. What a great time and place for Chip of Evil. And I was looking, as you mentioned, about Arthur Bluechip. I went, yeah, that's right. You know, almost everyone in this race, almost every filly is an Arthur Bluechip. We also have a Malicious, the 6, you know, Peach, and a Shanghai Phil, the 4, a girl named Tom. Arthur Bluechip himself, he's a stallion now. He's 12, and Ian Moore owns him with R.G. McGroup of Bathurst, New Brunswick, and also Serge Savard of Quebec. And this was a 2-year-old O'Brien winner for 2-year-old male pacer of the year. So he's passing on that early speed and ability. And as you mentioned, his daughters seem especially strong.
Yeah, there have been some colts show up that have been really good. You know, in a 3-year-old that comes to mind is Fisherman's Son. And we did see a 2-year-old colt, Sword from the Stone, who is an Arthur Bluechip. He raced well earlier on today. But the fillies definitely seem to be the ones who are the best Arthur Bluechips, and as shown here. But really, besides these, to me, these 5 Arthur Bluechips are the class of the field, but there is that Shanghai Phil filly, a girl named Tom, in here, who I think has a really good chance. I used her for 3rd. They have her down as 2nd on here, but
it happens.
it happens.
Yeah.
When no one's perfect. But yeah, girl named Tom, I like that filly in here as well. This daughter of Shanghai Phil. And also, really, you look at that Malicious filly, you know, Pete, she has a chance. She's come on as of late. She won a Lady Slipper Grassroots 2 starts ago. And then in the Maritime Breeders, she was 3rd, only beaten a length by Lady Willa and Timberly Lady. Lady Willa is also in this race.
I think that this race is not as clear-cut as it appears right now. I think when you have a purse like this on the line and this level of talent in the race, driving talent, and well-bred young horses, anything can happen. And the home track advantage for a girl named Tom is something to consider. She's 12 to 1, but Paul Langell, I mean, I think he's going to try here, you know, to get involved, you know, a little differently with this filly. And she does have wins earlier this year. She actually has an Atlantic Sire Stakes win. So, A division, right? It's kind of crazy that she's those odds.
Yeah, and how special would it be for Paul Langell to win on his home track? It would obviously be the biggest win of his career. A race like this, the inaugural edition of the race at his home track, with a filly that he has broken, trained down so far, and who's co-owned by his mother. That would be awesome for them. And 12 to 1 right now. So if you're going to back her, you're getting some good value on the board. So a girl named Tom, she's definitely a player in here.
This race is more than just a $50,000 purse. It is a trophy, a blanket, and a diamond necklace presentation going to the winning connections. And then, as we were talking about earlier, a special portrait as well of the winning filly by the harness artist, Michelle Hogan.
Yes, lots on the line in here, but also, you know, if this race is a success today, how cool would it be to be able to say you won the inaugural edition? You know, that's putting yourself in the history books. So, you know, everyone's going to be going at it. This is the second biggest purse in the Maritimes this season, excluding the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer. And so last stake race of the year, you know, these guys, they're going to be racing, they're going to be going for broken here. It should set up to be a very exciting race.
The slots race concept was an innovative one to introduce here in the Maritimes, and to do it at Truro, I think, is spectacular. And to have this talent, this level of talent late season. There were some naysayers early on when the concept came along.
Yes.
I think everybody is going to see the ultimate value. This is a fantastic betting race with high caliber fillies.
Yeah, well, $6,000 is a lot to put up for a 2-year-old race early on. I mean, at the end of April, having to put up that money. I mean, most of the time, your filly's not even trained down to 220 by then. But for those that took the chance, they're being rewarded here today.
What's great about the slots concept, though, if your filly doesn't turn out,
exactly,
sell it to your friend.
Yep.
Or you could be like Nick Way Farms, who generously supported the race. They did not end up entering a filly, but the support was there. Here comes the post parade for the Diamond Classic.
Now on the track and trading of the starters in today's 11th race, the inaugural $50,000 Diamond Classic for 2-year-old Maritime Sire to fillies. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Woodmere Luna, daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, bred by Woodmere Farms, now owned by Gene Smallman, Kensington PEI, winner of 1 in 5 starts, earnings of $6,900, a mark of 201 in 3. Trained by Joe Baxter, Jason Hughes from Post 1 with Woodmere Luna. Number 2 in the field, Chip of Evil, another daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, bred by Elmer Folland and Tara Profit. 7 wins in 9 starts, $50,000 in earnings, a mark of 156 and 1. Trained by Eddie Doucette, driven by Corey McPherson. The 2 is Chip of Evil. Good Morning Nova has post 3, another daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, bred by Melissa Banks. Melissa now shares ownership with Jason Williams. 6 wins in 9 starts, $42,000 in earnings, a mark of 156 and 1. Trained by Dwayne McAkron, driven by Gilles Berriot. Number 3, Good Morning Nova. From post 4, a girl named Tom, daughter of Shanghai Phil, bred by Berkey by the Bay Stable. 2 wins in 10 starts, earnings of $17,000, mark of 159 and 4. Trained and driven by Paul Angel. Is number 4, a girl named Tom. From post 5 is Lady Willa, the 4th of 5 daughters of Arthur Blue Chip in the field, bred by Woodmere Farms, owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd. She has 2 wins in 9 starts, earnings of $15,000, a mark of 201-1. Morgan Shepard does the training. Colin Shepard the driving. Number 5, Lady Willow. From post 6, You Know Peach, daughter of Malicious. Bred by Blaine Tebow. Now owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast PEI. 2 wins in 4 starts. Earnings of $10,700. A mark of 158-3. Trained by Jeff Holmes and driven by Kenny Murphy. Number 6, You Know Peach. And to complete the field from post 7, the 5th daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Bred by Sandy Baird. Sandy also owns and trains. She has 2 wins in 10 starts, $17,900 in earnings, a mark of 2 minutes flat. Mark Campbell has the lines of number 7, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. That's the field for the 11th race, the $50,000 Diamond Classic for 2-year-old pacing fillies. They'll go to the gate in approximately 3 minutes.
As we look at the entrance for the inaugural Inglis Jewelers Diamond Classic, there goes Good Morning Nova. She's my top selection and
Mine
yours
as
as well.
Yeah, Good Morning Nova in here for trainer Dwayne McCackern, owner Melissa Banks, and Jason Williams. They're all of PEI. Gilles Barrio gets in the bike. Gilles has won many big money races before. He's got 4 Gold Cup and Saucers, a handful of Governor's Plates. Any kind of race that big money race that you can think of, he's won it. So no better man to have in the driver's seat than Gilles Barrio.
And just look at what this filly's been up to lately. Good Morning Nova. I mean, she certainly woke up the competition. She's been racing on the front end, or if she gets a pocket trip, look out at the end of that mile. She's been getting up now, going for 5th win in a row. Track condition doesn't matter. Those were all in stakes over at Charlottetown. She's definitely coming in strong. She's 8-5 right now for the Maritime Magic Man, and looks good out there. Looks confident and nice, and I like her gait. She just looks like a good natural pacer. Not a lot of boots and stuff on her. Very good looking filly. Good Morning Nova.
Yeah, Good Morning Nova, and one thing I noticed, her mother was actually a very accomplished filly. Good Morning Kai.
That's
she
right.
raced very well. So this is a homebred filly of Melissa Banks, and there's Chip of Evil in here, another Arthur Blue Chip, and you can tell she's an Arthur Blue Chip with those broad shoulders, head up. She seems very sharp right now, but fairly relaxed. Chip of Evil in here. I really like this filly. I mean, 9 starts, 7 wins, 2 seconds, over 50,000 in the bank this year. The only one to beat her this year was one of them, Good Morning Nova, who is obviously our top selection. So really, this filly has a good chance in here. At a post position number 2, she got a really good draw, so she could follow Good Morning Nova along and maybe come at her late. It's going to be very interesting. And as I mentioned before, these guys are certainly going to be going for broke. You're going for $50,000 at the end of the year, so these fillies most likely will be turned out for a little while after this race anyway. You're going to race them hard. You know, you don't really have to save much for next week, so you're going to go for broke in here going for this much money.
And I'm just looking at the slots and how the entries came to be again. Peter Smith purchased the $6,000 slot for this race and ended up selling to Eddie Doucette, and that is who has entered Chip of Evil. And as far as Good Morning Nova, that was Mike Pollard, and sold the slot to Melissa Banks for Good Morning Nova.
So here's You Know Peach on the screen for Kenny Murphy, who the last couple of years he's done really well, and Jeff Holmes is the trainer. Murphy and Holmes have done extremely well together in the last couple seasons. This is a daughter of Malicious out of a Western Ideal mare, very well bred. She's actually bred by Blaine Tebow, who once had the Real Princess last year, who was very good. So You Know Peach She won 2 starts ago off the front in 158 and 3, was third in the Maritime Breeders. You're getting 15-1 right now at a post position 6. If she can track along, she's got a chance.
Now, she is owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, PEI, and they used their own slot for, Peach. They didn't sell it or give it away or transfer it, so that shows some real confidence in this malicious filly, and she was a beaten favorite at Charlottetown last Sunday in the slop. Here is Woodmere Luna. Jason Hughes has this one for Joseph Baxter and Gene Smallman.
Yeah, Woodmere Luna, another Arthur Blue Chip in here. She was in the Maritime Breeders. She finished 5th in her division in 204 and 4. Good Morning Nova won that race. If you look down her line, she did win a PI Cold Stakes division in August in 201 and 3. She's a filly that she does seem like she has some potential. She's got 6,000 in the bank. You're getting 7-1 on her right now. I think that's a little bit too low odds, but she should be able to get a piece of it.
Gene Smallman bought and used that slot for Woodmere Luna. That's more confidence with Jason Hughes driving. She's got a good shot, 7-1 from the rail. They're headed behind the gate for the English Jewelers Diamond Classic First Edition $50,000 purse. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta wagering, your last chance, and they'll be starting soon.
It's post time for the English Jewelers Diamond Classic. 2-year-old fillies moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. The 11th race of the afternoon, the $50,000 English Jewelers Diamond Classic, Woodmere Luna, Chip of Evil, Good Morning Nova, A Girl Named Tom, Lady Willa, Peach, and Eenie, Meenie Money Mo. They're off and pacing in the Diamond Classic and away quickly. Chip of Evil is joined on the outside by Good Morning Nova. As they race into that first turn out the rail, Woodmere Luna gets away third. Outside, caught on the limb, is Lady Willow looking for a spot at the rail in 4, and she'll get it. 5th away is A Girl Named Tom. Settling in 6, Peach and Meenie Money Mo is the 7th and trailing one as the fillies head down the backstretch. The Redland Farms a backstretch for time 1 and taking over the lead. That is Good Morning Nova. In the pocket is Chip of Evil. Next in line, Woodmere Luna looks at it from 3. Under a strong rein in 4, that's Lady Willa. 5th and tied up is A Girl Named Tom, and A Girl Named Tom is taken to the outside. 28 and 2 was the opening quarter. They swing off the turn and travel on through the stretch now as they approach the half. And it's Good Morning Nova looking to make it 5 in a row. She has the lead by a length and a quarter. Attacking first over Lady Willa. Staying in the pocket is Chip of Evil 3rd, getting a second over toe into 4th. That is A Girl Named Tom, 5th along the inside. As they continue on to the backstretch is Woodmere Luna. Then inside Eenie, Meenie, Money Mo. And to the outside from the back of the field is Peach, the half, 59 and 1. They're into the Redland Farms backstretch final time in the Diamond Classic, and it's Good Morning Nova with the lead. Right there is Chip of Evil tied up 2nd. Outside 3rd is Lady Willa. Then A Girl Named Tom is out 3 high. Inside saving ground is Woodmere Luna as they race on to the 7/8. It is Good Morning Nova up and out of the pocket. Here comes Chip of Evil. Those two fillies will battle it out of the last 1/8 of a mile. It's Good Morning Nova on the outside. Chip of Evil coming to call. On down the stretch they come. Chip of Evil on the outside. Good Morning Nova. Chip of Evil with the advantage, and Chip of Evil wins the English Jewelers Diamond Classic. Finishing a 2nd, Good Morning Nova, and closing up quickly in the passing lane, Eenie, Meenie, Money Mo will get the show spot. The mile in 157 and 4/5. Back in the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure, the winner of the inaugural English Jewelers Diamond Classic, number 2 in your card, Chip of Evil, daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, the Western Ideal Dam Evil Flight. It was bred by Elmer Folland and Tara Prophet. Owned by Inner Rush Stable of Kensington PEI, trained by Eddie Doucette. That's 8 wins in 10 starts. Her lifetime earnings now at over $75,000. Corey McPherson in the bike, his 4th winner on today's program, Chip of Evil, winning the Diamond Classic in 157 4/5. Trackside making the presentation to the winning connections of the Diamond Classic trophy and the $2,500 diamond necklace. Owner-operator Paul Clark of English Jewelers. We're pleased to have with us this afternoon the Honourable Dr. Stephen Ellis, the Member of Parliament for Cumberland Colchester. He's joined also in Victory Lane by Arnold Hagan and Steve Fitzsimmons, General Manager of TruroRaceway, also joining on behalf of TruroRaceway Limited, making the presentation of the winning connections of Chip of Evil, winner of the inaugural Diamond Classic in 157 4. Also, the winning owners of Chip of Evil will also receive a 11x14 portrait of their horse, courtesy of that harness artist, Michelle Hogan.
Testing. I think we got the mic right. So I guess we are dealing with a little bit of technical difficulty, but no difficulty. Difficulty for Corey McPherson. Classic. So, Corey, I know you're driving next race. Just explain the trip. Was more to it than following Good Morning Nova and taking your shot?
Well, I knew going into it, I left inside Good Morning Nova, and my filly loves to chase. So, unlike the Breeders' Crown, we kind of reverse roles, and I came out on top this time.
You're having a great day at Truro. Was that the most important win to you of the day so far? The inaugural Diamond Classic?
Yeah, it's a huge win. To win a race of that prestige and that kind of money is amazing.
What's the best thing about Chip of Evil? She stepped up again for you today?
She just loves to race, and she's very easy to drive, and Eddie always has her on top of her game.
Well, thanks very much. We'll let you get ready for race 12. Congratulations on a great day at TruroRaceway. Thank you.
Corey, can we just get one photo with you and Donna?
Yep.
Race 11 is official. 1 Woodmere Luna 4th, 2 Chip of Evil the winner, 3 Good Morning Nova 2nd, 4 A Girl Named Tom 7, 5 Lady Willow 6, 6 You Know Peach 5th, and 7 Eeny Meeny Miny Mo 3rd. Fractions were 28 and 2, 59 and 1, 128 and 4, the mile in 157 and 4/5. Top down 4, 1, 2, 7, 6, 5, 3. 2, 3, 7 try in race 11, 90, 70. 2, 3 exactor 590. And the $1 superfecta 2, 3, 7, 1, 136.15. 12th and final coming up, Colt Division of the Carl and Mark McKenzie Memorial Stake. 8 colts behind the gate for the 12th. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Colts are on the track and parading for today's 12th and final. It's the Colt Division of the Carl and Mark McKenzie Memorial. For 3-year-olds, they'll compete for a purse of $15,172. From Post 1, proud of you today, by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal, along with Keith Ford. Keith does the training. Mark Campbell will drive. Malignity from Post 2 is trained and driven by Paul Angel. For owners, Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. Joel Baxter, now the trainer of number 3, Whitmere Expedia. Owned by Wild Rhine Stable. Kenny Murphy will drive. Corey McPherson trains and drives the 4-entry Evil Vintage. Owned by Sandra Lee Stead. Jackie Heffernan owns. Miles Heffernan Jr. He's the trainer. Miles Sr., the driver of number 5, No Boats on Sunday. Number 6, Whitmere Dealer, by Donald McCrae. Trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 7 is Halbach Charmer, trained by Earl Watts. For Hollis Doucet, Windermere Farms, and Clyde Balderson, Pat Shepard driving. And rounding out the field from Post 8, Salisbrook Ian. By Red Oak Stables, trained by Jamie Smith, with Gilles Barrio in the driver's seat. That's the field of colts for the Carl and Mark McKenzie Memorial Stake. Post time in 3 minutes.
What a fantastic race that we just experienced in the English Jewelers Diamond Classic. We're now turning our attention to the last stakes race of the card and the season. And as you can see on your screen, we have a returning champion, Malignity, who has gone 11 for 13 this season. He's back for trainer driver Paul Langell, and he is, as expected, 1-9.
Yeah, Malignity, I mean, really, this horse has just been, you could put him, there's no other top 3-year-old, no other 3-year-old anywhere close to him pretty much for most of the season. And I mean, as much as Roland was as dominant at the invitational ranks and what have you, I think Malignity is probably worthy of Horse of the Year for this region.
Yes.
And so, he dominated his division and did it quite easily. And just what a joy to watch. And I can't imagine being his connections, how proud of him they must be. I mean, only losing twice this year and both those being second place finishes. He just has been incredible all year long.
As I said in the notes, when he gets beat, it's not him getting beat. It's something going wrong. It's as I said, I quote myself here from the program. He's been defeated twice this year, from and by outside post positions. Yeah. And here he draws perfectly. So Malignity 1-9 for a reason. Yeah. And Salzburg Ian, do you think he's
here's the one that had beat
Giant
him.
Slayer.
Here is the only horse this year who's lucky to say that they beat Malignity. Salzburg Ian at a post position number 8 today. Qualified well on October 19th in Charlottetown in 57 and won it by 1 3/4 lengths. Start for that in the PI Colt Stakes. He won that division by 4 lengths and won at 53 and 4. Gilles Barrio gets in the bike. I do not believe Barrio has ever sat behind Salzburg Ian, so it'll be very interesting. And in these stake races, scoring 8 wide, he's going to have a tough task ahead of him here, but he's definitely in the running. Right now, he's at 5-1.
Yeah, to get that kind of respect from post 8 with that kind of talent to his inside, that says something. And now we're looking at Mark Campbell with Proud of You Today, who gets rail advantage for trainer Keith Ford. Just 2 wins this season in a division heavily dominated by Malignity. And he didn't get the job done in the last 2 tries, but that was not for Campbell. And that was on a sloppy or a good track. Today, better track condition and a catch driver of note.
Proud of You Today, he's been chasing the likes of Malignity all year long, and he's done well this year. He was second in his last start in the winners of 1 to 2 races life, but down his lines there, he did have an Atlantic Sire Stakes A division, second place finish in Inverness, got beat by Malignity by 14 1/4 lengths. And he does have a second down his lines to Malignity, only beaten 5.5 lengths, which is a fairly close margin if when you compare it to Malignity. That one was a charted mile at 155, so he's a nice horse. Here's one that hasn't seen a whole lot of stakes action this year outside of the Joe O'Brien's. Evil Vintage. He's a nice colt in here.
And 11-1 with Corey McPherson driving.
Yeah, Corey McPherson, he trains and drives this one, and really, the horse has raced well this year. He set his lifetime mark 4 starts back in a Joe O'Brien grassroots division, 157 and 4, 29 seconds, closing quarter. Beat a couple of nice horses in there. He goes from post position number 4 today. You're getting 12-1 on him. He should be able to navigate a trip that could set up for him to get a piece of it for sure. But Evil Vintage in here, obviously it's going to be tough to knock off the top colts, but Evil Vintage may just do it.
He's a late speed kind of a horse with a sharp 28-2 last quarter on Sunday at Charlottetown. So it's a bit of a class jump, but Evil Vintage is in my superfecta. Here's Woodmere Expedia.
Woodmere now.
And Dealer.
Woodmere Dealer in
Woodmeres.
here. Woodmere Dealer. This is another horse that I've liked all season long. He's put up a good fight. Made $35,000 this year for trainer driver Jason Hughes and owner Donald McRae. He was 3rd in his last start in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown final, beaten by Malignity and Bacon on a Biscuit in 156 and 4. He does have a win in 157 down his lines, and really, he has fought so hard all year long, and so today, 88-1 right now. I would definitely take those odds on him. Definitely to put in the exactor or the tries. He's definitely a nice horse that has a shot.
There's 38 people remaining alive in Survivor after race 11, by the way.
38 people, so
of
we're definitely going to have multiple
originally.
winners.
So here's a horse you had mentioned, I think. No boats
Yeah,
on Sunday.
no boats on Sunday in here. Atlantic Breeders' Crown final, 2 starts back. He was 5th in 157 and 2. I mean, this is another one who's just been chasing the top colts all season long and been right there. He did have a win in an Atlantic Sire Stakes A division back on August 14th in Charlottetown in 156-2. He was a really nice colt on that day, and really, it's kind of unbelievable. The Heffern has always developed nice horses, and No Boats on Sunday being one of them.
We send it to Joe Kelly for the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial.
It's post time for the 12th race. The Mackenzie Memorial Stake for Colts. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is moving. I'd like to say hello to former APHRC racing official, Mr. Greg Nixon, watching our simulcast this afternoon from Saskatchewan. Hello, Greg. Twelfth and final of the afternoon, the Carl and Mark Mackenzie Memorial for 3-year-old pacing colts, a purse of $15,172. Proud of you today, Malignity, Woodmere Expedia, Evil Vintage, No Boats on Sunday, Woodmere Dealer, Almac Charmer, and Salisbury Ian. They're off and pacing in the Mackenzie Stake. Malignity first off the wings inside. Proud of you today. Away second, outside third. That is No Boats on Sunday. Then up into fourth is Woodmere Dealer. Coming away racing in 5 is Evil Vintage. Finding room at the rail from 6, Halbach Charmer. Then back in 7 as they continue into the backstretch, Woodmere Expedia. And the early trailer is Salisbury Ian. On through the Redland Farms backstretch for the first time and out front. As usual, it's Malignity on the lead. Out there by a length and a half. Proud of you today is in for the pocket journey. Then next in line, No Boats on Sunday is traveling third. Gap of 2.5, 3. Back to Woodmere Dealer racing in 4. Fifth along the rail is Evil Vintage. Then looking at it from 6 is Halbach Charmer. Back to Woodmere Expedia. And Salisbury Ian has a long route from back there in 8th. 28 seconds was the opening quarter. On through the stretch as they near the half. No challengers for Malignity. Still on that lead as they race into the lower turn. Proud of you today will stay in the pocket. Third at the rail is No Boats on Sunday. Inside traveling fourth, that's Woodmere Dealer, the half 57-4. They continue to the Redland Farms backstretch for the final time. Malignity and Proud of You today are still the top pairing as they race to the backstretch final time. At the rail, No Boats on Sunday stays in third. Racing along fourth is Woodmere Dealer to the outside 5. Here comes Evil Vintage. Now looking to advance as they race to the 7/8, but it's Malignity. The story on the front end is out there now by 2.5, trying to step it up in the front. 127 was the 3/4, and Malignity's out there by 2.5. Proud of it today, trying to stay with them second. Outside a third, Evil Vintage off the turn. They straighten out down the lane. Final time, Malignity. Outside now, Proud of today is trying to close in. Malignity, Proud of You today, looking for the upset. Proud of You today converts the perfect pocket journey to victory. Malignity and Evil Vintage. Botted 156 2/5. Back in the Woodmere Farms Winners Enclosure, the winner of the Colt Division of the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial Stake, number 1, Proud of You Today. Gelded son of Pang Shui out of the Yankee Leader Dam, MD Casey Charm. Bred by Gordon David, Douglas, and Douglas Lee, Neil. They also own, also sharing in the ownership now, is Keith Ford. Keith does the training. Mark Campbell engineered the winning trip. Proud of You Today, picking up a new lifetime mark of 156 2/5. Trackside, to make the blanket presentation, Steve Fitzsimmons, GM of TruroRaceway, presenting Proud of You Today in the winning connections with the cooler here in the Carl and Marg Mackenzie Memorial Stake. Winning in 156 2/5. 12th race is official. 1, Proud of You Today was the winner. 2, Malignity second. 3, Woodmere Expedia 6. 4, Evil Vintage third. 5, No Boats on Sunday 4th. 6, Woodmere Dealer 5th. 7, Hamac Charmer 7. 8, Salisbury Ian finished 8th. Auctions were 28, 57, and 4. 127 the mile, a new mark for Proud of You Today. 156 2/5. Rechecking top down 1, 2, 6, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. The 1-2-4 try in the 12th, $500, $6.30. 1-2 exactor, $2.20. And the 20-cent superfecta, 1-2-4-5 combination, $369.33. That concludes the 2023 racing season here at Truro Raceway. We thank you for your patronage all season long and hope you can join us in 2024. Total wager on today's program was $41,250.